What's going on, everybody? We're back. It's Saturday. We have lots more to talk about. Stuff that we didn't get to yesterday. There's been more developments overnight. There's always so much to talk about. Welcome back to the stream. Thanks for hanging out. It's Saturday morning. I haven't ever streamed on the weekends before. So I've heard it's a good time to go live. Usually all my free time is in the afternoon on weekdays. But Saturdays are pretty free. Saturdays are pretty fun. We're going to cover stuff today that's kind of all over the map. Obviously, we're going to cover parts of the Iran and Lebanon escalating wars. But I have a ton of other extra headlines, stuff that I wanted to go over yesterday that I didn't get to. And then we'll also be talking about Cuba, some of the stuff that's going on there, and a airstrike on an Ecuadorian dairy farm. I mean, that's kind of what it sounds like, I guess, for the people, the goats that live there. But yeah, good news. Great news, in fact. We hit our 30 followers goal. Hold on. Sesame seed stuck in my gum. We hit our 30 follower goal. We finally got 30 followers on the page. Actually, I have 31. So thanks to everybody who's been following along and supporting the page. If you're new here or if you're just showing up, thanks for hanging out. If you could, think about giving the page a follow, right? The whole, what's up, dude? Happy weekend. We hit our 30 follower goal. I don't know if you heard. But still waiting on that first subscription. Still waiting on that first subscriber. And if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can subscribe to the page for free. You get one free Twitch subscription per month. So it doesn't even cost you any extra money to support the page. And it does a lot for me here. Really helps me keep going. Shows that the page is growing, the stream is growing, and you guys appreciate the news articles that I'm bringing to you. Like I said yesterday, I'm talking about stuff that the mainstream media and legacy news media, which is completely captured by, single families and mega conglomerates like the Ellisons and their venture capital companies. Buying up all of our media and consolidating it into one, you're going to get less of a narrative, right? They control the narrative more, and it makes it harder for you to parse through the news in a non-biased way, right? It makes it really difficult to really know what's going on. So if you appreciate the page, if you like what I'm doing here, think about giving the page a follow, thinking about throwing in a subscription. I've been hitting the socials pretty hard, trying to put up clip compilations or little clip cuts from the streams. Been getting pretty good feedback on that. I do want to talk about one comment that I got, and I just want to let you know it doesn't hurt my feelings. Okay, so I'm just letting people know now. I'm aware that I am bald. Okay. See that? You see that? Okay. I understand that I don't have a lot of hair on my head. Okay. Usually I keep it nice and trimmed down, little Caesar cut, or and my beard's getting a little long. Okay. It's not new. All right. You're not throwing out some, oh my God, I just realized I'm bald. Like this guy right here. I don't know if you can see this, a little small. The bald guy talking is an idiot. Now, I might be an idiot. That's true. But I already know that I'm bald, so you're going to need to come up with a better diss than that because, yeah. Oh, we're buffering a little bit. Okay. the ball joke was too OP for the internet server and caused my internet to buffer. Yeah, so come up with better disses because that one is not original, and I already know that. It's like calling someone who's overweight fat. Like, is it really going to hurt their feelings that much? Or calling a short person short? Well, actually, every short person I know that is short, if you call them short, they get mad. So, but me being bald does not hurt my feelings. I'm okay with it. I really don't care. I have a lot less shower time when it comes to maintaining my hair. I go through shampoo a lot slower than most other people. So, yeah. Anywho, come up with a good diss, and maybe we'll talk. All right. I'm going to jump right into Iran and Lebanon. Updated now. 600 schools. 600 schools have been demolished, bombed, or deemed incapacitated by military strikes in Iran. Okay, terrifying reality check. In just 27 days of their illegal war, the U.S. and Israel have demolished over 600 schools across Iran, martyring more than 1,000 teachers and students. They are systematically destroying civilian infrastructure with zero regard for humanity. Okay, this is the president of Iran. I don't really know the power structure and how it really works there. I'm imagining it's kind of like Israel, whereas there's a president for Israel, Isaac Herzog, and then there's the prime minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. It seems like the prime minister has more of the power or more of the sway in the government and has how the government runs as compared to the president of the state. I don't really know what they do. That might be good for a little bit of a deep dive. And speaking of deep dives, I am working on my first YouTube video, and we will be deep diving into Ukraine. Okay, as you remember, the war in Ukraine between Russia and Ukraine. The illegal annexation of Crimea, all that stuff. It seems to have kind of not disappeared from the headlines, but I feel like it's not getting as much coverage as it was in the past here. Obviously, since everything else is going on, there's only so much bandwidth that the media landscape can cover in one day in depth. So we're going to be doing kind of a deep dive. I'll just repeat that, but it's a deep dive into the history of the conflict between Ukraine and Russia, more context as to what's going on, delving into the controversies with the Azov Battalion, the claims of Nazis, how we're supplying them, how we may be working against the Ukrainians for our own benefit, against Russia, how we might be helping Russia and Iran through further arming of the Ukrainian people, even though that seems like that's something we should do, right? They're illegally having their land stolen by Russia, but there's a lot of factors to this war that I feel like a lot of people don't know about, including myself. So I'm going to try and do once a month. I'm going to try and do kind of these deep dive videos into various topics and conversations to try and to not only educate myself, but help educate you guys as to what's really going on in a lot of these places, right? All right, let's move on to the next one. This is still on Israel and Lebanon. The United States just took over $126 million from Switzerland's fighter jet account to cover missile shortfalls in the Iran war. Switzerland did not approve this. Switzerland did not consent. Switzerland had already frozen its Patriot payments after learning deliveries would be delayed 4 to 5 years. Okay, the U.S. circumvented the freeze. Now, as with anything that we do, we really do make our own rules, right? We make it up as we go. If we violate one of those rules, it's okay. But if somebody else violates those rules, we treat them harshly. We sanction them. We bomb them. We invade them. What have you. Now, we talked about yesterday, too. We talked about the production capabilities of some of these large war companies like Lockheed Martin and others, and how much they can actually produce in a year, how much they do produce in a year to help keep our military stockpile, at capacity, right, or where we need it to be. Because we are burning through these munitions so quickly, we are now pulling shit like this against Switzerland, which is, historically one of the most neutral countries in the world. In all of the conflicts, they notoriously have not sat on the sidelines, but have been a lot more measured in their responses to these major world events, right? SRF, Switzerland's national broadcaster, reported on March 26th that Washington redirected Swiss funds originally allocated for 36 F-35 fighter jets to cover Patriot air defense shortfalls using the Foreign Military Sales Pool Trust Fund, a structure that allows the Pentagon to reallocate payments across a buyer's contract without the buyer's permission, right? So baked into their contract is us basically being able to say, yeah, we're just going to do whatever we want with the money that you gave us, with your money, right? You haven't even technically spent that money. It's kind of sitting in escrow or like a pool, like a fund. And when we're able to deliver on those sales to you is when we'll take that money. Well, no, we're just going to tap into it now. We're just going to take it and reallocate it for our own shortfalls. Swiss armaments chief Urs Loher confirmed the diverted amount is a low 3-digit million Swiss francs and called the situation very unsatisfactory. The money Switzerland paid for jets is now subsidizing a war Switzerland refused to participate in. Bern halted new arms exports to the U.S. on March 20th, citing the Iran conflict. Switzerland rejected 2 U.S. military flyover requests linked to Iran operations, 200 years of armed neutrality, and Washington reached into the account. Anyway, here's why. The United States fired 943 Patriot interceptors defending Gulf states in the first 4 days of the conflict, right, of Operation Epstein's Fury, per a U.S. congressional study cited by the Jerusalem Post last week. Lockheed Martin and Boeing produced 620 Patriot interceptors per year combined. In 4 days, America burned through 18 months of global Patriot production. The war has consumed roughly 1/3 of the entire THAAD missile stockpile. Annual THAAD production does not exceed 100 units. As we talked about yesterday, it's usually about 96 on average. The cost asymmetry is what makes the depletion irreversible at current production rates. Each PAC-3 interceptor costs $3.9 million. Each Iranian Shahed drone costs between $20,000 and $50,000, which that's actually elevated. We've heard estimates that it's below 10,000 or even maybe below 15,000. But not anywhere near the cost of 20 to 50,000, right? The cost exchange ratio is 114 to 1 at that amount. So even if you start thinking about it as possibly less than 10,000 a piece, that's even bigger. 120, 125 to 1 in Iran's favor per military times. Iran manufactures an estimated 10,000 Shahed per month. Per Reuters, 10,000 a month. We have no way of keeping up with that, right? We talked about asymmetrical warfare. That's kind of what this is as far as the budget goes. It's very asymmetrical. America produces 620 interceptors a year. Iran builds more drones in a single week than the United States builds interceptors in an entire year. Every interceptor fired in the Gulf is one that cannot be delivered to Switzerland, Ukraine, Taiwan, Japan, or Poland. The State Department warned allies on March 27th that Patriot deliveries to Ukraine would face disruptions as the Pentagon prioritizes Iran per quiver quantitative. Senator Chris Murphy said on record, "We've been told again and again one reason we can't provide interceptors for the Patriot system for Ukraine is that they're in short supply. Lockheed signed a framework to quadruple production to 2,000 units per year. That capacity will not arrive for 6 to 7 years." And we saw yesterday that they had upped it to 400 per year in January. But even if that is the case and we start to get to that point, we're probably not going to reach that level of production until next year. So even if they double what they're doing right now, right? If we're doing 96 THAAD interceptor missiles per year, even if they double that to 180, we're still less than halfway to the 400 goal that we basically, had Lockheed Martin sign on to and agree to. That capacity, the Pentagon has asked Congress to shift $1.5 billion from other programs to accelerate procurement per Bloomberg. None of this helps now. The interceptors are depleting now. The Allied accounts are being raided now. Switzerland is considering reducing its F-35 order from 36 to 30 jets and accelerating evaluation of European alternatives per Blue Win and Global Defense Corps. Swiss parliamentarians have called the redirection an unacceptable violation of procurement sovereignty. The Swiss parliament is preparing formal hearings. Switzerland is the canary. A neutral country with 2 centers of armed neutrality just had its fighter jet money taken without consent to feed a 4-week-old war that burns 18 months of interceptor production every 96 hours. Every U.S. ally with a pending defense contract should be asking one question: whose account is next? So that's pretty big. We're talking about trying to have this war go on for who knows how fucking long, and we can't even keep up with how fast we're using our interceptors now. Yesterday, there was an Israeli strike on a car in Jazin, southern Lebanon, that killed 2 journalists. We talked about, we've seen so far 2 videos over the last week. One video was a missile strike on Steve Sweeney in southern Lebanon, and the other was not necessarily a strike on Courtney Bonneau, but one within relatively close distance to where she was reporting from in Lebanon as well. These are 2 correspondents, 2 journalists that have been on the front line in Lebanon for the last month, pretty much. And it seems the car was targeted twice. What do we call that? Anybody? Bueller, what's that called? Double tap. Okay. We love to double tap. I don't really know why. I don't know why we want to display our monstrousness so much in our foreign actions, but it's just what we like to do, apparently. Israel just killed 2 of the most prominent Lebanese journalists in Jazin, South Lebanon. Fatima Touni, I don't know if you pronounce the F, Touni, and Ali Shuaib. They stayed on the front line since day one, despite the danger, so the world could see the truth. Rest in peace to these immensely brave commentators and reporters. And just adds to the death toll of journalists by Israel. which I want to say, I'm guessing right now without looking up the actual figures, but I'm pretty sure it's well over 200 journalists have been killed in the last 3 years since the war on Gaza. Not the war with Gaza, the war on Gaza. Here's another video from DropSite from yesterday. At least 26 people were killed in U.S.-Israeli airstrikes on a residential area in Isfahan, central Iran, on Friday, including 7 children and 7 women. I can't find a single headline from mainstream Western outlet with this story. Imagine the coverage if 26 Israelis had been killed, mostly women and children. Now, that's true. Like, you say, whataboutism, right? Oh, well, what if this, or what about this, or what about whatever? They literally made more of a story out of 3 Jewish ambulances in London being set on fire with no one inside. Mainstream media did, than these 26 people killed in a residential area in Isfahan. That is a war crime, right? The other thing, yes, it's bad, right? I'm not justifying, I'm not condoning it or anything like that. But we're making more of an issue out of inanimate objects being set on fire than 26 people being killed. That seems ridiculous to me. I don't know about you, but it seems pretty lopsided, right? Seems pretty biased, in my opinion. Here's our favorite gal, Courtney Bonneau, back again with another report from Saksakia. Israeli airstrikes killed at least 6 in southern Lebanon village, including a woman and her child. An Israeli airstrike earlier Friday hit the residents in Saksakia, a village in the Sidon district about 40 miles south of Beirut, killing at least 4 people and wounding 8 others, according to regional media. A second strike in the municipality killed and injured others. So we have 2 strikes at least yesterday being reported from Lebanon that are war crimes.
Hi, I'm reporting to you from another civilian massacre here in Lebanon, this time in the town of Saksakia, where just about an hour ago, the Israeli army hit 2 different sites with airstrikes. At this site, there was a woman and a child killed and 4 people injured, and at the next site, there were 4 people killed and 8 injured. Targeting residential homes is a war crime. Americans, your government is washing your hands in the blood of civilians by using your tax money to fund the Israeli war machine.
Now, it doesn't matter if Israel or the United States claim that, oh, well, there were militants there. That does not give them the right to bomb a residential building, right? Just like we reported yesterday about the 13 U.S. bases in the Middle East being rendered basically inoperable. Those military troops are staying in hotels. We know that. There's been reporting on that. Would we think it's okay for Iran to bomb those those hotels to kill American troops? No. We would call it a war crime, right? Because this is civilian infrastructure. Just because U.S. troops were staying there doesn't mean you get to bomb it. But Israel gets to do that against Iran, against Lebanon, against Gaza, right? Just over and over and over and over and over. Let's go to Good Vibe Politique. James over here on Twitter. If you don't follow James, he's very vocal. Mondo Weiss news covering Israel, Palestine, and U.S. foreign policy. Okay. Let's watch this video here.
They're calling it the Merkava massacre as the Israeli invasion of southern Lebanon continues to turn into a boondoggle for the Israeli military. For those of you who don't already know, shortly after the Israeli and U.S. militaries decided to attack Iran, the Israeli military decided to intensify its existing operations in Lebanon. Those operations have included the bombardment of the Lebanese capital city of Beirut, as well as the attempted ethnic cleansing of vast swaths of Lebanese people within the southern part of the country. And as it stands, it seems as if the Israeli military goal is the invasion and occupation of southern Lebanon, at least up to the Litani River. That being said, the attempted invasion of southern Lebanon has been far from a cakewalk for the Israeli military, who are facing stiff opposition across the country at the hands of the southern Lebanese resistance group Hezbollah. Israeli military forces have seen their material attacked and harassed by Hezbollah drones and missiles, as well as finding their forces lured into ambushes in Lebanon itself. All of those combined operations have had real effects on the material of the Israeli military, as well as on its soldiers. One of the primary targets of these operations, it seems, are Israeli Merkava main battle tanks. This isn't just a couple of tanks either. The results of successes reported to have been achieved by Hezbollah units represent the most extreme losses Israeli armor have suffered in 40 years. That includes 21 main battle tanks that were reported lost just on March 20.
We talked about this yesterday, right? They hit 7 or 8 tanks in one day. And that was part of 60, almost 70 to 80 military operations in one day against the Israeli military. They are definitely putting up a very strong fight. They pushed them out in 2000. They pushed them out in 2006. And I have a feeling that the Lebanese and Hezbollah are going to be able to push them out again this year.
Within a 24-hour time frame. It seems the Israeli military has been caught flat-footed, vastly underestimating the amount of material and manpower that resistance formations in Lebanon had. And as a result of that, a lot of their material is being destroyed or just put out of commission temporarily, which puts real constraints on the operational effectiveness of the Israeli military moving forward. This invasion, that was probably seen by many Israeli military planners as being something they could probably achieve in a number of days, is very quickly turning into a boondoggle that resembles 2006. For those of you who don't know your history, that was when Israeli occupational forces were also ejected from southern Lebanon by the same Lebanese resistance factions after a different attempted invasion. As these losses mount, the Israeli military is going to have to commit more and more resources just to the Lebanese front, bearing in mind they're still facing Iranian attacks daily. And every single day, things are going to continue getting a little bit harder for them, as Hezbollah and Iran are still shooting missiles and Israeli defensive interceptor stockpiles are continuing to dwindle. Now, things could change. The Israeli military could regain their footing and have some serious operational successes on the ground, but as it stands, things look pretty grim for them. One might wonder if the Israelis didn't just walk themselves into their own Vietnam. But yeah, just something we're thinking about. As always, free Palestine, free Lebanon, salamu alaikum, and have a great day.
Yeah. Spoken like a true boss, okay? Facts, facts, facts. This is what's happening. This is how it's happening. You need to pay attention. You need to know your history. This is not the first time that they've gone through, right? This is a documented pattern of Israel trying to take parts of Lebanon for itself. Now, yesterday, we had the Houthis officially enter the war. There had been a video circulating a few days prior that I guess it turned out to be a fake video. I don't know who made it or why it was a fake video. I haven't looked into that super deeply, but it is now official. They have entered. Let's see. No, I guess I didn't save the other one. Everyone is watching the Strait of Hormuz. That's old news. The Houthis entering means the Bab el-Mandab Strait is next. Let that sink in. Hormuz equals 20% of global crude oil, already blocked for 28 days. Bab al-Mandab, 12% of global trade, about to be targeted. Combined dual choke point scenario, 28% of seaborne oil offline simultaneously. This has never happened in recorded modern history. 5,900 people are dead. Oil is up 60%, and now a fifth faction just entered the war. The Gate of Tears isn't just a shipping lane. Every ship going from the Red Sea to the Suez Canal must pass through it. If the Houthis close it, Europe's cheapest oil supply route is gone. In 2023 to 2025, the Houthis attacked 100 commercial vessels using this exact playbook. They know how to do this. They've done it before. They're better armed now. Do you understand what that means? They're showing you ceasefire talks happening, negotiations ongoing. They're not showing you that Iran coordinated this entry for maximum economic damage, time for day 28 when the war looked like it might slow down. Here is the logic chain. Iran shuts down Hormuz, done. World starts adapting to Hormuz workaround routes. Houthis shut Bab al-Mandab, now starting. All major Middle East oil exits close simultaneously. Global oil price to 150 to 200. Food prices spike. Fertilizers also block, which we talked about yesterday. Economic pain forces Western populations to demand end to war. Iran wins the economic war without winning on the battlefield. If this war was pretty much complete, as Trump said on March 9th, and many times since then, why are new factions still entering on day 28? Complete silence. This isn't a Middle East war anymore. This is a coordinated attack on the global energy system. This gives a good idea of what they're talking about with the Bab al-Mandab Strait. Okay, so this is, I don't know why they cut off this side here. You can't see it, but this is on the other side of Iran. So this is the Red Sea right here. Going up further north takes you to the Suez Canal. Going around this way takes you to the Gulf and the Strait of Hormuz and Iran. So let's look at this. Just a few moments ago, this is last night around 4 o'clock. Just a few moments ago, the Israelis targeted and destroyed a petrol station in the southern suburbs of Beirut with a huge blast heard across the city. This follows the targeting of petrol stations across the south of Lebanon earlier this week. Targeting civilian infrastructure is deeply embedded in Israeli military strategy, but is a war crime under international law. Let's watch this video. So I was just showing you some of the damage of that gas station there.
Now on the 23rd of March.
So we've talked about how Smotrich has said that the Litani River should be the new border of Lebanon and Israel. Okay, so in order for them to take that much land, that would be about 10% of Lebanon that they need to control. They have not been able to hold on to that much since the 80s, and I don't think that they're going to get the backing from the United States as far as that goes. I think right now Trump is really just focused on Iran and trying to mitigate that situation. You know, he's not really going to keep Israel in check as far as the land grabs and the other things that they try and go for. Obviously, we don't keep them in check in really much of anything. We just supply them with munitions and basically give them free reign to do whatever the fuck they want. This is Sky News talking about how this is legitimately illegal. This is just an invasion of sovereign territory by another sovereign country, which is, you know, an act of aggression. It's not a defense. It's not in retaliation. This is aggressive annexation of sovereign territory.
The second is that they've been taking out the bridges over the Litani River. The most recent of those bridges was taken out on the 23rd of March. Then the ground operation starts And the aim there is for Israeli defense forces to move in and gradually push out the Hezbollah forces out of the south. Now, the Israelis have called this a ground operation, but all intents and purposes, it is an invasion. There are questions over its legality and also how long Israel plans to stay in here. If history is anything to go by, they could be staying in there semi-permanently in the future. The second is that they've been taking out the bridge.
So, I mean, he even can't even commit to. He's like, oh, there's questions of its illegality. No, it's illegal. It is illegal. Okay? There's no justification for this. If you're saying that you're defending your country from Hezbollah, and that's what you're doing, that's fine. If that was an actual thing that was happening, they're obviously not defending their country from Hezbollah. They're attacking other countries and drawing in retaliation from Hezbollah because they are partnered with Iran. They work closely with Iran. That's not what this is. This is a country trying to take another country's land. Okay? That is against the law. That is against international law. But Israel does not follow international law. Okay? That it deems that it doesn't have to, right? Okay, last two things on the war, then we're going to move on to Cuba. Okay? Irish being fucking bosses here. No, this one I can't pause. Maybe it's my mouse or something. I don't know. Ireland has notoriously been very supportive of any other country on earth that is notoriously oppressed. Okay? Gaza, the Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank. Right now, they're supporting those in Lebanon. They've stood with the people of South Africa during apartheid. They have notoriously been on the right side of history because they are a historically oppressed nation. They still are oppressed by Britain. And that is something I think a lot of people don't realize. I think they kind of attribute it to the IRA and religious differences between Catholics and Protestants. And that's what drove that whole thing. But it's not. It's losing your land, right? All of this always stems from not having roots, not being able to put your roots down, not being able to call yourself a sovereign nation that is not under the complete control of your oppressor. Okay? 8,000 thermal blankets donated by Ireland are being distributed to displaced families in Lebanon. This is part of a partnership between Ireland, EU, ECHO, and UN. Let's see, what's this? The UN Refugee Agency. I think this is just videos of the thermal blankets. Irish always coming through. Irish, the Irish, the people of Ireland, y'all are fucking the real ones. Straight up. Y'all are the real ones. 100%. Now, the other day we talked about $200 billion being asked by the Pentagon to put towards the Iran war. This is the last thing I'm going to talk about today with the war, because I feel like we've really been focusing on it the last few days, but there's obviously so much going on that, I got to keep bringing it up. The policy the GOP is considering to funnel $200 billion to the Pentagon for the Iran war would reportedly be funded in part by cutting healthcare tax credits by $31 billion. So that's not even close to $200 billion, right? But we're going to take $31 billion away from healthcare. This could kick up to 300,000 additional people off their ACA coverage because they won't be able to afford it. It's literally just going to take your tax credits away if you're on ACA. Now, from my experience, ACA is really only affordable for those that are single. don't have kids, stuff like that. It doesn't really work for married couples. Once me and my wife got married, our premiums went up like 2,000% or something like that. I was paying like $15 to $20 a month for health insurance before we officially got married. And then once we got married, I want to say like the cheapest I could get was like almost $500 a month. So you do the math. That's not sustainable. It's not affordable. I just signed up for a private health insurance plan a couple weeks ago, and that is still $280 for dental and for health insurance, which is still not very affordable for me, but is more affordable than $500. And those were like high deductible ACA accounts that would, require me to spend like $5,000 of my own money before the health insurance even kicks in. But I'm paying $500 a month to have that, bro. Like, why wouldn't I just do self-pay? Self-pay is so much cheaper. Usually get better discounts, better percentages at the doctor's office if you do self-pay than if you do your insurance. My wife has insurance through her job, and oftentimes we are asking ourselves, what the fuck is the point of this insurance? What does it even do? It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Okay, we're going to move on to, we got 3 good articles by Clint Klippenstein. We've talked about him a few times. He is a indispensable reporter and journalist reporting on a few very big stories. His stories usually aren't too long. Maybe take a couple minutes to read each one. So we got 3 articles here today from Ken. The first one came out on Tuesday. This is ICE's bounty hunters. Leaked database shows how ICE pays off local cops to do their bidding. The second one we have is a ground war with Iran imminent or inevitable? The answer is an unqualified no. This is from Thursday. And yesterday he put out another one about Kash Patel's emails getting hacked by Iran. So, all very good articles. Let's look through them real quick. While ICE agents are temporarily confusing things even more at airports, behind the scene, the Trump administration is paying a posse of local police to carry out its immigration war. An internal ICE financial ledger I obtained shows how the agency is turning local police departments across the country into a vast, decentralized immigration army. This includes payments if cops sign up to be deputized, reimbursements for transportation, salary supplements for cops who process migrant children, and per-arrest style initiative payments. All of this is taking place under an ICE program called 287G, part of a 1996 law that granted the Attorney General and later Secretary of Homeland Security the authority to enter into written agreements with state and local governments on immigration. The first agreement under the law was signed by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement after 9/11. As of last year, the number of agreements has swelled past 1,000. Today, the program employs a task force model under which local police are deputized as ICE agents with the authority to carry out federal immigration law. So despite the broad public backlash against ICE, the agency has a way to carry out its mission without drawing attention to itself. An internal ICE diagram I obtained shows the local officers only become eligible for stipends and salary reimbursements after making their first arrest. The document labels that first arrest as the moment a participant becomes operational. So let's take that. 287G works with participant to sign task force memorandum. Okay, participants start working. Participants make their first arrest equals operational. Participant is now eligible for stipends and salaries. Sends in signed service agreement, invoice, and potential salary reimbursements to ERO 287. Enforcement Removal Officer, I believe that's what ERO stands for. OAQ puts agreement together back to when they were operational. Okay. That's the next slide. We don't want to look at that one yet. The ledger lists over 400 police departments where ICE's enforcement and operational removal operations is currently negotiating new or expanded cooperation agreements with local police departments, including the amount of money currently allocated to buy their cooperation. The largest payouts are to Florida law enforcement. In addition to earlier awards, ICE has set aside an extra $89 million in incentive funding for the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles Division of Highway Patrol, which already has 1,803 task force officers credentialed under the program. Then there's roughly $5 million for the 719 task force officers of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, and nearly $4 million for the 503 task force officers of the Florida Department of Enforcement Law. So we have here too in his post a 2.5 megabyte PDF file of ICE 287G payouts. Let's take a look at it. Let's see, can I just open in this? Yes, I can. Look at this shit, y'all. How many pages is this? 6 pages. I can't even read it. Let's zoom in. So, separated by state, we got Alabama and Florida, Georgia, Iowa, Idaho, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Louisiana, Mississippi, one in Mississippi, Roscommon County Sheriffs, Minnesota, Missouri, here we go, Montana, NC. We got 2 in NC. Well, just 1, but 2 payouts to the same department. This is the state I live in. Brookford. Let's see, can I highlight it? Brookford Police Department. Let's see where the Brookford Police Department is. Oh, that's in Hickory. So that's about an hour, a little more than an hour north of Charlotte. Let's see how much they got paid. Let's see, base. Look at that. Almost $130,000. And that's from last. Is that? Oh yeah, that's from last September. And the other one says TBD. What are these columns again? Let's see what operational date, base model, award date. So they executed this in September of last year, but they're not even going to get paid. I think I went too far. They're not going to get paid until this year. It looks like I think they said they've both been paid out. There we go. Yeah, one was paid out on the 21st of January, and the other one was paid out on the 11th of February. So that's for my state. That's for North Carolina, North Dakota, Nebraska, New Hampshire. 2 in New York. Oh, Camden. Damn, Camden's close to where I'm from in New York. It's not far from me. I think it's about an hour, maybe an hour away. And Nassau County, that's Long Island. Both very, very red Trump country police departments. Pretty much everywhere but New York City is conservative in New York. A lot of people don't know that. Where I'm from in upstate New York, it's all Trump country. For some reason, I don't really know why. Everyone there's kind of, you get a good New York education and you still end up fucking stupid. And then you have Nassau County, which Nassau County is one of the most conservative counties in the country. They are notoriously conservative. Okay. Let's go back to this article because we still got the rest of it to read. In addition to Florida, other red states, and they are mostly red states, as we just saw, are taking ICE's money to become bounty hunters to arrest supposed immigration law violators. Arkansas State Police is receiving a base award of $4.2 million, covering 550 task force officers, with an estimated 8.2 more in incentive funding to come. Oklahoma's Department of Public Safety is getting 5.3 base award for 704 officers, 1.6 salary modification on top of that, and a staggering $38.2 million TBD line item still pending. Wow. Louisiana State Police is receiving a base award of $880,000 for 104 officers plus an additional $45,000 for salary modification. The money flows well beyond large state agencies to small and obscure agencies most people, including myself, have never heard of. The Point Comfort Police Department in Texas, a town of fewer than 700 people, has a base agreement of $167,000 to supply 9 task force officers plus an additional $5,000 salary modification. The Key Colony Beach Police Department in Florida is getting $119,000 for a single officer once you add its $107,000 base award to an $11,500 salary supplement. The Coward Police Department in South Carolina. There's no fucking way. There's a police department called the Coward Police Department, and they didn't even try and change the name, the spelling, to like something not the actual word coward. That's awesome. That's awesome. I love that for them. Very cool. Also serving a town of roughly 700, has a base award of $107,000 for one officer with another $15,000 modification layered on top. Then there are the departments whose payouts have exploded between their initial agreements with the federal government and the later Trump modifications in 2025 and 2026. Georgetown County Sheriff's Office in South Carolina started with a base award of $542,000. Now it has a pending modification that attacks on nearly $3 million more in incentive payments. Lee County Sheriff's Office in Florida received $385,000 up front and is now slated to receive an additional $2.8 million in a later modification. Most jarring is Bradley County Constable District 7 in Tennessee. A single officer received a base award of $107,000, followed by a $11,500 salary bump. And now a further modification appears to add $1.8 million in new funding for one police officer. Why does one police officer need over almost $2 million in funding? What? That's outrageous. That should have you fucking so pissed off. $2 million to a historically impoverished state. $2 million. Are you fucking kidding me? An ICE source provided me with a screenshot of some of the disbursement categories, which included salaries and benefits for task force officers conducting enforcement activities and incentive payments for those conducting immigration enforcement activities related to the location of UAC's unaccompanied alien child. Okay, this looks like some of the codes that they use, I guess. So you can use this kind of key right here to figure out what some more of that stuff in that table means. All right, to wrap it up, the ICE source told me that the program had grown so large that simply administering it is taking up a significant amount of the agency's time. Absent from the list of bounty payments to states and localities are new payments to California, New Mexico, Illinois, Vermont, and Massachusetts, as well as other blue states. The reason? The money is being doled out to cooperative pro-Trump states and departments, affirming that these are political payoffs and hardly a pure national program. So, there you go. First article from Ken Klippenstein of the week. The second one, is a ground war with Iran imminent or inevitable? The answer is unqualified no. I am already subscribed to Ken Klippenstein. You can follow him. You can go to his Substack. This is on Substack, I believe. Or no, this is on his website, kenklippenstein.com. But he also does have a Substack. If you use that, I I'm pretty sure it's like $5 a month or something. And like I said, this is really, really valuable reporting, indispensable reporting, because he is one of the main receivers of leaked documents and whistleblower statements. So when I talk about breaking news, Ken Klippenstein is really at the forefront. All right, if you watch or read the media, you would think that a ground invasion of Iran is imminent, either to land on Karg Island, a 5-mile speck that processes 90% of Iran's oil exports, or to take some coastal strip adjacent to the Strait of Hormuz. It is not imminent. It's not inevitable. Military sources tell me for weeks the Pentagon has exaggerated the readiness and potency of the Marines, setting in motion a media frenzy that is part stupidity, part disinformation to spook Tehran, and part manipulation to please Donald Trump. I have been hearing more and more, and I think we all kind of had a speculation that this was happening, that information that's being given to Trump is being manipulated by his advisors. He's not getting the full the full breadth and the full scope of what's actually going on, and what these decisions will cause, like the ramifications and the consequences of the decisions that he's making. And we know this because he has been getting like little reels. Like he's on Instagram and he's watching basically like reels of military strikes in Iran, and it's like a Spark Notes version of like, look at all that we've done. Look at these awesome strikes that we've perpetrated on the people of Iran. And that's like his security briefing is basically an Instagram reel. That's terrifying. The president of the United States can't even process like the actual information of the war and what's going on. He's literally just watching like doctored up cap cut videos of drone strikes and missile strikes and shit. And that's his like security briefing. That's terrifying to me. I don't know about you, but that's terrifying to me. We got 2 Marine Expeditionary Units sailing to this island, Karg, said Senator Lindsey Graham. We did Iwo Jima. We can do this. Now, we talked about that, too. Iwo Jima is half the size of Karg Island. Even they talked about the other one is La Roque Island, which is at the front of the Strait of Hormuz. That is a more strategically viable island to take over. It's still bigger than Iwo Jima, and Iwo Jima took 70,000 people to do. Okay, 70,000, and we still lost 10%. Sounds scary, right? Here's the reality. On March 13th, headlines blared that the 3-ship USS Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group carried the 31st Marine Expeditionary Group Unit, was ordered from Japan to the Middle East over the next week. News outlets across the globe literally tracked the supposed 2,200 Marines making their way moving west through the Strait of Malacca into the Indian Ocean. In actuality, one of the 3 ships, the USS San Diego, never left Japan and is still there. And the other 2 ships carrying just 1,500 fighters are sitting at Diego Garcia, roughly 4,260 kilometers from Iran's coastline. The one that was reportedly struck by an Iranian missile. And it's funny that he puts the distance here because that is out of the range of Iran's military missile capabilities. And that second Marine Expeditionary Unit, contrary to some reporting that said that the USS Boxer Group left Hawaii on March 19th, it departed San Diego. It will have to cover approximately 22,000 kilometers to reach the region and wouldn't be able to arrive until mid-April at the earliest. Navy sources in San Diego say it is still unclear to the unit itself whether it is headed for the Gulf or just moving to the Pacific to cover the departing Tripoli group. Not exactly imminent. And yet, here's NPR implying an ominous military buildup. Between 2,000 and 3,000 U.S. Army paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne Division have received written orders to deploy to the Middle East. The deployment, combined with 2 Marine Expeditionary Units already moving towards the Persian Gulf, could bring 6,000 to 8,000 U.S. ground troops into close proximity to Iran. CBS went even further, linking the 82nd Airborne explicitly to the Iran war. This is literally propaganda. This is lies and propaganda from the United States media. They are just, this is why I don't listen to NPR anymore. Like, I don't give a fuck that NPR was defunded. They are a liberal war machine spokesperson, company for the United States State Department. They're so fucking disingenuous and so biased. And I used to think, I was like, oh wow, NPR is definitely the one of the best, most reputable news organizations to listen to. No, not at all. Not at all. That's when I started to realize that there's a big difference between being a liberal and being a progressive or being a leftist. I'm a proud leftist. Okay, I'm not a liberal. I do not like war. I do not support war. I don't think war is justified in any sense unless you are being oppressed or being attacked or being invaded by, an actual military, an opposing military force. Defense should be the only course of war action. Aggressive annexation or invasion or a preemptive retaliatory strike, as Israel called their strikes on Iran at the beginning of the war. Preemptive retaliatory. Preemptive retaliatory. How can you retaliate preemptively? That's just a sucker punch. That's not a thing. It's not a real thing. The 82nd is just a light infantry battalion. The idea that we're going to parachute the 82nd for a ground invasion is absurd. We didn't even do that at the height of the invasion of Iraq in 2003, when a good part of the entire U.S. Army was poised to strike Saddam. And the 82nd made a near identical movement in January 2020 after the assassination of Iranian commander Qasem Soleimani. The 82nd has a quick reaction brigade to serve exactly as a ready unit to quickly deploy anywhere in the world, but CENTCOM sources tell me that with the majority of the brigade that the majority of the brigade is in training in Louisiana, and the battalion on its way is going to perform a force projection role in the interim, waiting for who to decide to do something stupid. Israel, obviously. Then there's the increase in U.S. forces constantly being referred to as if ground troops are building up in the Gulf or more aircraft are constantly flowing. But the truth is that almost all of what has augmented the forward deployed forces are maintenance, ordnance, and logistics to sustain a bombing campaign that started as a quick strike and is now extending to a weeks-long campaign for who knows how long. So also you have to look at the history of the wars between Israel and its surrounding Arab countries, right? Attacking Lebanon. Most of those wars, they're referred to by how many days they lasted. The 6-day war, the 7-day war, the 25-day war, or something like that. This is now over 30 days, right? We do have the history of Israel being in Lebanon for 22 years, but they didn't call that a 22-year war, right? That was just like an occupation. That augmentation, if you believe the news media, includes a third aircraft carrier on its way. Third U.S. aircraft carrier heads to region as Trump signals long war with Iran and demand for surrender. Why not? News reports. There is a third carrier that is potentially ready, the USS George H.W. Bush, which could go to the Gulf, especially to relieve the exhausted USS Abraham Lincoln, which is well overdue for rotation, but it is sitting in Virginia with a liberal leave policy over Easter weekend. And even a second carrier, the USS Gerald Ford, the carrier that's been bombing Iran from the Mediterranean Sea, has been in port in Ceuta Bay in Crete, in Greece for a week, not for combat operations, but because it suffered a non-significant non-combat fire that originated in the ship's laundry spaces. The blaze rendered more than 100 berthing spaces unusable and displaced several hundred sailors. The Ford isn't projecting power towards Iran. It's getting its laundry room repaired. And now we have further information that could lead to basically Trump saying that it was attacked, that the Gerald Ford was attacked by Iran. He basically said it in at a news gathering yesterday. I forget where, but I have the link later. We'll go over it in a little bit. If you squint, an invasion seems inevitable, but look closer at the actual state of each force being cited, and a very different picture emerges. How is it possible, for instance, that every news organization from the New York Times on down can report 3 ships leaving Japan with the Tripoli group when there were only 2? Secrecy, sloppiness, sops. With Trump in charge, one never knows. But even if there were a ground operation against Karg Island, it would most likely involve Army Rangers and Special Operations Forces, Green Berets, and Navy SEALs. Not some conventional ground assault a la Normandy. The idea of the U.S. Marines storming the beaches while the 82nd Airborne drops on parachutes from above is a cable news fever dream. This frenzy echoes the panic after Venezuela's Nicolas Maduro was arrested in January, when breathless coverage of military movements convinced many that a conventional U.S. intervention was hours away when it wasn't. The panic has even reached active duty service members, several of whom have contacted me worried that they were heading into ground combat. It also reminds me of another media freakout, Iran's mining of the Strait of Hormuz, giving that impression that Tehran had mined the entire passage. It later became clear that Iran either hadn't mined anything at all or had only planted a few as a signal, which is what all of this is about, signaling to Iran. From the beginning of the bombing, signaling that the U.S. is serious this time and that the enemy will be given no quarter, etc. Then came the Marine and the 82nd Airborne and a 3rd aircraft carrier, and threats of hell and damnation coming from the mouths of Trump and Hegseth. It's the White House's prerogative to scare the shit out of the Iranian government, but does the media need to do that to the public? Right? The White House doesn't care about the support of the American people. They're going to do this war no matter what. So what is the point of this, right? Why do they need to scare the public into supporting or into thinking that a ground war is imminent or inevitable? Don't entirely know. Probably because all of these news organizations are being consolidated literally into one. Last Ken Klippenstein article I want to talk about is the Kash Patel's emails being hacked by Iran. There's a joke among cybersecurity geeks that they change their password to incorrect. So whenever they forget it, the computer reminds them your password is incorrect. Evidently, FBI Kash Patel did something similar because the Iranians managed to hack his personal email. Patel, who is fond of jogging and other workout routines with new bureau employees to demonstrate discipline, should exercise some when it comes to computers. The FBI, more than any agency, knows that they are a target of these hacks. Today, Iranian actors, perhaps even Iranian intelligence itself, masquerading as the Handala hack team, released a slew of emails and photos that it says were hacked from the top lawman in America's email. Staying ready for the mission with new agent trainees. What a fucking loser, dude. The FBI has confirmed that Patel's email has been targeted, but with spokesperson Ben Williamson saying in a statement, "We have taken all necessary steps to mitigate potential risk associated with this activity. Can a poobah of national security, the very cardinal of all things cybersecurity, be so stupid? Looks like it. The FBI loves to lecture people from teachers and parents to corporations and government workers about the virtues of cybersecurity." Okay, here's a public service announcement from the FBI. Recommendations. The FBI recommends parents and caregivers implementing cybersecurity best practices to minimize the effect of cyber attacks. At minimum, parents and caregivers of students engaged in distance learning should confirm local home computer networks are secure by implementing basic cybersecurity measures at home and monitor device use to minimize risks to online safety. Cybersecurity best practices at home. Ensure personally owned devices run the latest version of the operating software, Windows 7 to Windows 10. So this is kind of outdated. Ensure firewalls are properly configured and secured on routers and computers. Replace default router passwords with strong, unique administrative passwords or passphrases. Enable multi-factor authentication for all applications when this option is available. Install software and application updates as soon as they are released. Update and or confirm wireless routers and other hardware operating the most recent firmware. Ensure personally owned computers use up-to-date antivirus, anti-spyware, which we know have backdoors to the federal government. I have a pretty crazy video that I will upload onto my computer and show you guys on a future stream. You'll be amazed because it consistently gets taken down from YouTube. So I kind of want to put it on one of my streams and see if it gets taken down. Teach children to recognize and report suspicious email messages and HTML links to an adult. Cybersecurity hygiene. Those annoying and largely pointless training sessions your employer gives you, for example, is apparently only for the little people. Something always bugged me about see something, say something. The post 9/11 government urging of the public to pay attention and report suspicious activities. It's not just the creepiness of deputizing everyone into the national security state and whipping up a vibe of paranoia. It's the shamelessness of a multi-billion-dollar agency telling us to do its job for them for free. A job they don't even do themselves, judging from the Patel hack. Speaking of not doing their jobs, the news media, or at least Reuters, seems to have gotten the leak, and there was a link to the documents, but it has since been taken down. So much for digging into Patel's life and views to see if there is anything newsworthy. Below are the materials I could find. So basically, it's just a bunch of pictures of Trump or of Patel being, kind of a tool, whatever, just mainly images of him smoking cigars, apparently. Oh, and the FBI has offered $10 million reward for information leading to the arrest of the Handala hackers. Guess we're all paying for the FBI's fuck up. Cool! Yay! Good job, FBI. Good job, Kash Patel. You dumb fuck. All right. Let's move over to Cuba real fast here. Now, we talked a little bit about Cuba last week with the flotilla. Or I believe, actually, I think we talked about it on Tuesday. Code Pink, one of the big advocates for this. What? No. Why did it do that? That's weird. Code Pink was one of the big supporters of the and big participants in the flotilla. Now, one crazy thing I want to talk about too is apparently the disappearance of a boat. I guess we still don't know where it is. So we have a post here from Ricardo Herrero, Cuban Study Group Advisor, P. Cuban Brunde. He's a flag haver here, okay? So I am assuming, let's see if I'm right. Is he part of the Cuban diaspora? No. Okay. No, he seems all right. He seems kind of legit here. I'm not sure who this guy is. I retweeted it because of Ryan Grimm from Dropsite News. U.S. suppliers have shipped approximately 30,000 barrels of fuel to Cuba's private sector this year to date, suggesting a Trump administration plan to give private business a leg up over state-run enterprise is well underway. Ryan Grimm reposts, U.S. is blocking fuel to hospitals but allowing it to hotels and other private businesses. Hard to come up with a better example of pure malevolence. So when we talk about, is this the same? No, this is that's the boat. We talk about the fact that Cuba doesn't have any oil and they haven't been able to get any shipments of oil from Russia. And Mexico has been basically scared off by the United States military action. That doesn't mean that they're not getting any oil, right? The United States is providing oil to Cuba, but only to its private sector, right? So Hassan and the flotilla and Code Pink, they all went there last weekend to deliver humanitarian aid on the Nuestra America. They can't bring oil, right? Only the United States, for some reason, has the power to decide who and how oil and from where gets to Cuba. But we are giving oil to Cuba. It's only going to U.S. private-owned companies. Just like there are only 4 hotels that are on the go-ahead list for United States citizens to stay at when they go to Cuba. Okay, a lot of people will say, "Oh, well, you can just stay at an Airbnb," but a lot of the Airbnbs and the houses, they don't have power. So if you're going there to, like Hassan did, to stream, you need a place to set up and have power. Now, he didn't stream from the hotel; he streamed from another location. But there were 600 something people there, and you can't put them all in Airbnbs. So they stayed in the hotels, and they were lambasted for that. They were like, "Oh, well, they're going to stay in 5-star hotels." Well, that's the United States government saying you can only stay in these 4 hotels that are privately owned by U.S. companies that are receiving shipments of oil so that they can stay running. Right? They're not affected by the rolling blackouts or the brownouts or the major blackouts that have been happening for extended periods of time. The U.S. shipped about 30,000 barrels so far this year. Fuel flows only to private sector under U.S. rules. Trump administration has strict blockade on oil supplies to Cuban government. U.S. suppliers have shipped approximately 30,000 barrels of fuel to Cuba's private sector this year to date, according to documents. Shipping data viewed by Reuters suggesting a Trump administration plan to give private business a leg up over state-run enterprise is well underway. Since January, the United States has been enforcing a de facto oil blockade against its longtime foe in a bid to starve Cuba of fuel and pressure its government into submission, right? We've been trying to pressure them into submission for 70 years. It has not worked. But it has made an exception for the communist-run country's small but vital private sector. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said authorizing those fuel exports fits with the broader Trump administration policy entirely designed to put the private sector and individual private Cubans not affiliated with the government, not affiliated with the military, in a privileged position. The volume of fuel imported since early February by the private sector, around 30,000 barrels or approximately 1.27 million gallons, is equivalent to just over 1/10 of a typical medium-sized fuel tanker's capacity, a fraction of the country's needs. Cuba had until recently required some 100,000 barrels per day of imported fuel to feed its power plants and meet regular demand from vehicles and jets. But the previously unreported figures suggest Rubio's plan is advancing, with imported volumes growing week by week, according to the shipping documents seen by Reuters. Since Washington captured Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro in January, the U.S. has blocked Venezuelan oil supplies to Cuba's government and threatened to slap tariffs on any other country that ships fuel to the island. Cuban President Miguel Diaz-Canel said last week the island had not received any fuel in 3 months. He had made no reference to the private sector supplies. Thus far in 2026, 61 container ships carrying a variety of products imported by private companies, including fuel, have discharged in Cuba, often ferrying back and forth between Cuban and U.S., European, and other Caribbean ports. So we don't have to read this whole thing to understand that we are not blockading the entire Cuban island. We are just blockading anything that's remotely related or connected to the government, to the communist government of Cuba. This was on Wednesday. Just in, multiple activists have been detained by Homeland Security in Miami following their return from Cuba, a source reports. We have the famous meme here in America. If you intervene in the government's attempt to starve an innocent population, you get detained by the Gestapo. This is very true. This is a really good interview with Ryan Grimm from Dropsite, who we appreciate over here. We are killing people. The United States is killing people. Dropsite's Ryan Grimm challenged Newsmax to explain why the U.S. gets to decide Cuba's future, describing the horrifying impact of the U.S. blockade, which is punishing civilians and rapidly collapsing daily life across the country. Let's go ahead and watch this interview.
Side news reporter Ryan Grimm also traveled to Cuba as well, reporting on all this. He's seen in this photo here. And Ryan joins us tonight, and it's good to have you back on the show. The Trump administration is trying to end a 70-year regime. It looks like these guys, along with you there, are trying to help it survive. Am I missing something?
Wait, they're trying to do what?
Trying to help this regime survive.
Who is?
Piker, most of the people there. I'm wondering if yourself, along with them, are included in that.
Yeah, the group that went along brought about 50 tons worth of medical supplies and solar panels. That's right.
Medical supplies and solar panels, and a lot of sympathies for the regime that controls the country, I imagine.
So let me try to help out your viewers a little bit here.
All right.
How do you feel about the fact that when Americans travel to a foreign country, in this case Cuba, they are told specifically a list of hotels that they are allowed to stay in another country?
I went through it because when I went and stayed there, it was the same. I stayed in an Airbnb.
Oh, I stayed in an Airbnb.
If our country's trying to squeeze, our country's trying to.
What do you think of that?
I think our country's trying to end a regime that's been torturing people for a very long time, and they don't want to fund it.
Well,
they don't want us funding it by paying money to a communist-owned entity like a hotel.
So if their system of government is so awful, why not just let it fail on its own? Why do we have to blockade
Exactly.
them?
Because they won't leave. They don't have elections. They won't leave power.
How do you think the United States economy would do if we cut off fuel for 3 straight months? No fuel has basically gotten into Cuba since the Venezuela operation.
Yeah, but I was there in 2019, Ryan, and it was still a horribly impoverished country. We're cutting off fuel to try and get this leadership out. Get them the hell out of there because they won't leave. They won't have an election. They won't leave.
Why do you care about like who's in charge in Cuba? Who elected you to do that? It's such a bizarre. Like there aren't enough problems in the United States here for you to worry about. Like
that's another side of it.
Really, like I can't even get my mind to a place where I would think it's my call. Like who runs Cuba? Who runs Haiti? Who runs Mexico? Who runs Iraq? Who runs Iran? Like
that's a fair
Israel.
That's a fair criticism. That's a fair criticism, but I mean, do you think it's better for? Do you want this regime?
He only said that too because he literally doesn't have a rebuttal. Like there's no way for him to be like, oh, yeah, you're wrong, because he knows that he's right. He literally has no way of fighting. So, fair point. Yeah, you're correct. Okay, so what the fuck?
Continue to run this country against the wishes of the people that are all impoverished?
It's not up to me. I live in Washington, D.C. I vote in Washington, D.C. elections, and I vote in federal elections. Where do you live?
You live in that's fair.
Where do you live?
I live in New York. And it's not.
Why should you vote? Why should you? What do you have to do with Cuba?
Well, I think the prosperity of that country that's only 90 miles away from our border can't be a bad thing. And I'm just saying, what I'm asking you is,
then why not let them import oil?
It's fine. It's not America first. Let's put it there. But do you think that regime should be running the country?
Also, America First is directly taken from Germany First during World War II and World War I, I believe. Anytime you hear somebody say America First, they're a Nazi.
Why does it bother you if Mexico sells oil to Cuba? You live in New York. In what world is it a New Yorker's responsibility to stop Mexico from selling oil to Cuba?
That's okay. Fair criticism right there. My question to you is, why did you travel there? Why did you? If you don't care, why did you travel there to try and support the regime?
I'm a journalist, and the United States is literally killing people. We are killing people. I toured 2 hospitals. One was a pediatric hospital.
Yep.
We implemented a new rule in February that says that if you're a private business, you can import oil, you can import fuel. So the hotel where we were required to stay is allowed by the United States government to have fuel. Hospitals, because they have a publicly run healthcare system, are not allowed to have fuel. I heard a lot of people complaining that the hotel still had power, but the hospitals didn't. Not understanding, apparently, that it is a U.S. rule that blocks the hospitals from getting fuel. I toured the pediatric hospital. You know what the nurses and doctors there told me? They said when the power goes out, they immediately turn on their phone lights and race to the babies on ventilators.
Let me ask you this.
Because there's a gap between hold on.
I understand.
Hold on one
second. We're killing babies with
There's a gap between when the power goes out and when the generator kicks in. That can be up to like 5 or 6, 7 minutes. A baby can die in that time on a ventilator. So they have to take their phone, turn the light on, race, and hand pump the ventilator. Because the United States has decided that Mexico can't sell oil and fuel to Cuba. What does that have to do with the United States?
That's fine. If you want to say it's not American first, that's fine. But let me ask you this. How many tens of thousands of people have died over the last 30, 40 years as this country has lived in extreme poverty? 88% of the people live in extreme poverty. The government will not allow any kind of capitalism in to bring these people up, to bring the quality of life up. How many thousands and thousands of their own people?
They need capitalism to come in and lift them up. What an outrageous statement, dude. What an outrageous statement. They need capitalism to come in and lift them out of poverty. Are you fucking crazy, bro? What? How? Capitalism only serves to empower those with capital, okay? When you have a country full of humble people, as Cuba is, right, they have become very used to not having a lot, okay? They don't need a lot to survive. From people on the ground reporting from Cuba, coming back and telling stories of people that they met, incredibly humble people. They are primarily concerned with making it through the day, okay? And having as comfortable a life as possible, all right? These people, if capitalism came in, would have a dramatically worsened living experience in Cuba should capitalism come in. It will only create a further divide by, creating a wealth-hoarding capitalist class that will strive to keep the poor poor. That's the whole reason that capitalism survives. The reason that we don't like it there, we don't like communism in Cuba, is not because the people are poor. It's because there's no incentive to keep them poor. There's no incentive to redirect the wealth from the poor to the rich, because there really is no elite wealth class. There is in any country, but not like the United States. Okay, the majority of the people there share in the boon of all resources and pool together and work together. They have incredible literacy rates. They have incredible health indicators. Okay, introduce capitalism to this country, and they will go down the shitter faster than you can flush your fucking toilet. Okay.
Has that government killed? We're trying to strangle out a government here. And yes, there's going to be ancillary, there's going to be some negative impacts of that, like you just described. That's fair. But how many people have died because of the government in power?
So I interviewed the number 3 guy in Cuba. I will let you have the interview. You can air the entire thing. He said Cuban nationals, Americans, are welcome to invest in Cuba. He said they're open to in a holistic negotiation, compensating Americans for property that was seized during the revolution.
Well, they're capitulating now, right?
What they want? No, they offered that in the 1960s. The United States refused it because we thought we were going to do regime change. So why take a deal if we're just going to do regime change?
Well,
we didn't overthrow the government. We failed over and over and over. We tried to assassinate Fidel Castro, like a dozen plus times. We tried an invasion, Bay of Pigs. It didn't work. Every other country, Italy, France, Spain, they all took compensation for what was nationalized. So they're saying you can invest here.
Yeah.
We will compensate you for what was nationalized. All we're asking is that you lift the sanctions and leave us alone. Why
Leave
is that
the
a bad
regime
idea?
alone.
Leave Cuba alone.
And leave
Yes,
the,
worry
leave
about
the
New York.
regime alone and let the people continue to suffer. I mean, did you see the people there? The misery of the people that live in that country under these a-holes? It's horrific.
A-holes.
The misery is.
You can't even name
like,
somebody in that fucking
unspeakable.
country, dude.
It is unspeakable.
Been that way for a long time.
It's a lot worse. It's the people who were there in December and people who obviously live there telling me like it's noticeably worse. You know how you have people like starvation and homelessness wasn't really a thing. Like there was poverty. It wasn't like
extreme
a rich
poverty.
country.
Yeah.
But even a few months ago,
90% of the people live under $2 a day. I mean, that's nobody in America lives under $2 a day. Not a single person. I gotta leave it there. I really do. You're a good.
Good sport. Fuck you, dude. Newsmax. Newsmax is notoriously very, very right wing, very conservative leaning, not very, or they are very biased towards the actions of the Trump administration. It's very supportive of the Trump administration. Again, we're gonna keep talking about Ryan Grimm because he just went there. One of the most respectable reporters who just came back from Cuba. Okay. Exclusive, U.S. ramps up fuel exports to Cuba's private sector, as we've been talking about. Reuters confirms what I've been saying. The U.S. has been allowing fuel in the Cuban private business like foreign-operated hotels, but barring it from hospitals and other publicly run institutions. I'm sure the NYT and the Free Press, which produced entire articles about Hassan Piker's hotel, will do a follow-up now. Shocker, they haven't. Okay. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, I just think this is crazy. This is from The Intercept. Pentagon reveals attacks in Latin America are just the beginning with Operation Total Extermination. What? What the fuck? Bro, it's like calling the fucking war in Iran like Operation Final Plan. What? Total extermination? What are these? They obviously don't view these people as fucking human beings, right? The Trump's threats against Cuba expect more U.S. military strikes in the region. As the Trump administration continues to bombard Iran, a top Pentagon official revealed that U.S. wars in the Western Hemisphere are also expanding, unveiling an effort dubbed Operation Total Extermination. Attacks on Latin American drug cartels are just the beginning. Joseph Humeyer, the acting assistant secretary of war for Homeland Defense and America's Security Affairs, what a title, told members of the House Armed Services Committee last week. Humeyer indicated that many more strikes in Latin America are on the horizon. The comments came a day after President Donald Trump again teased American annexation of Cuba. I do believe I'll be the honor of having the honor of taking Cuba, Trump said last week. Whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want with it. You can't. You can't. That is against international law. That is not legal. And he should be held accountable for saying it. Humeyer announced that the Department of War supported bilateral kinetic actions against cartel targets along the Colombia-Ecuador border. Pentagon speak for March 3rd strikes on unnamed designated terrorist organizations, previously reported by The Intercept. The joint effort, named Operation Total Extermination, is the start of a military offensive by Ecuador against transnational criminal organizations with the support of the U.S., he said. The U.S. Ecuadorian campaign has already strayed into Colombia after a farm was bombed or hit by ricochet effect on March 3rd, leaving an unexploded 500-pound bomb lying in Colombia's border region. In the response to a request for comment, the U.S. Southern Command referred The Intercept to a statement on X by the Ecuadorian Ministry of Defense confirming the bomb landed in Colombia. Okay, so real quick, actually we'll close that. That brings us to this news, okay, we'll go over this real quick. The New York Times investigation raises serious questions about a March 6th airstrike that War Secretary Hegseth touted on social media as proof the U.S. military was now bombing narco-terrorists on land. The target, according to the Times, appears to have been a 350-acre cattle and dairy farm in San Martin, a remote farming village in northern Ecuador, not a drug trafficking compound. Farm workers, including 32-year-old carpenter Miguel, who owns the farm, told the Times that Ecuadorian soldiers arrived 3 days earlier, proceeded to detain 4 Colombian laborers, beating them severely and subjecting them to waterboarding and electric shocks before dousing nearby structure with gasoline and setting them alight. Wow. They said troops returned on March 6th to film themselves bombing the still smoldering ruins, producing footage later publicized by Ecuador and the United States governments as the destruction of traffickers' training camp. The Pentagon said the strike was conducted jointly with Ecuador though Time sources said U.S. troops had no direct involvement in the bombing itself. Ecuador claimed to have recovered weapons and evidence of illicit activity, but released no photographs, as it typically does following drug seizures. It's a lie that 50 people trained here, Miguel told the Times, standing amid his dead chickens. There's no logic. Okay, so this is the New York Times article. The U.S. said it helped bomb a drug camp. It was a dairy farm. The Times visited a village where the United States and Ecuador said they destroyed an armed group's training camp. Residents said it was actually a dairy farm. This is utterly extraordinary. If Hegseth et al. Got it wrong, think what else is happening with the drug boat strikes and much more, which we already know most of those drug boat strikes were also war crimes committed against innocent fishermen, okay, on go-fast boats. The U.S. said it helped bomb a drug camp. It was a dairy farm. It gets worse as you read it. Okay, we don't need to go through the whole thing. It's just completely unacceptable. We are committing war crime after war crime after war crime after war crime. And last night, I don't know if... Which one was it? Is it this one? I think it's this one. It's the CPAC. No, this is the thing with Trump. Where's the thing with CPAC? It's amazing. It's so... utterly amazing, dude. Where is it? Oh, it's this one, I think. No. Oh, man. Why can't I figure out which one it is? Damn it! I gotta figure out a way to, like... It's not rep. Was it fact post? Yeah, here we go. I got it.
Would like to see.
This is the greatest thing that happened yesterday. This is phenomenal, dude. So this is the CPAC chair, okay, coming out to ask the crowd, because this is what's going to happen, okay? We have committed so many war crimes in so many different countries on so many different fronts that this is what's going to happen as soon as Democrats are back in the majority, should that happen in December, or in November, if that's even a possibility. Okay.
How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No. That was the wrong answer. Let me try it again.
Amazing.
How many of you would like to see impeachment hearings? No.
Yes.
Can someone bring some coffee out for the people in CPAC?
I know.
We've got to keep this House majority. How many of you agree with that? How many of you?
Literally like 3 people cheered after that. And people are like, oh, it's because these people are dumb. I mean, they are dumb. But even people in the Republican Party, even people that go to CPAC are like, no, dude, we want to see impeachments. Yes. These people are war criminals. Our government is being run by war criminals. It always has, but it is on a totally different level at this point. I'm going to keep that open because I'm going to keep going back to it. I'm just going to play it like like a little like a little soundboard. Oh my God, it's so ridiculous, dude. We're so stupid. We'll skip that one for right now. This is Medea Benjamin.
The United States.
She is the co-founder of the peace group Code Pink. When people see Medea coming, they run. They shit their pants in fear. We left Cuba yesterday after a profound experience of learning about how the U.S. blockade is causing Cubans to suffer. We returned to the U.S. with more conviction and urgency to end the U.S. blockade on Cuba. Cuba is not alone. Okay. Let's watch Medea talk here while I respond to this text message real quick.
So we're returning from Cuba to the United States with heavy hearts because we've seen such conditions that people are living in where they have to figure out what they're going to feed their kids that day, how they're going to get to work. The lights are always going off. Not a drop of gas and fuel has come into this country for now 3.5 months. It's unbelievable, the siege. It's like they're taking them by the neck and pushing it tighter and tighter and tighter and tighter. And people are exhausted. And so we're leaving thinking that what our government is doing is just so cruel. And we want to go back and get people more active to oppose this policy that's being run by a small group in southern Florida that pretends they care about the Cuban people, actually don't give a about the Cuban people.
They don't give a.
It was a very, very profound trip, and I think people are going back with a lot to say and do about U.S. policy.
What a advocate. She is amazing and a wannabe salsa dancer. I just noticed that in her bio. I love that. I love Medea so much. She's an amazing person. Here's her talking to Rick Scott, who is, okay, if you don't know about Rick Scott too, history's best medical fraud committer ever. This dude committed a fraud against Medicare for over $1 billion and got away with it completely. He had to leave his company, but got a huge golden parachute of millions and millions and millions of dollars, didn't serve any time, and is still a fucking member of Congress. This country is fucked, bro. This country is so fucked. Let's watch him talk to Medea and just get absolutely fucking schooled because he's a ghoul. He's a fucking ghoul, dude.
Why don't you guys go to Cuba, stay in a 4-star hotel?
We stayed in one of the only 4 hotels that the U.S. government allows us to stay in, and they are all 4- or 5-star hotels. They have to, according to U.S. policy, be owned by a foreign company, and this one was owned by a Spanish company. So we were complying with your laws by staying in that hotel. That's one thing we haven't. It's not our position to say what the government should be like. We were there during the Obama years when there was a flourishing of private enterprise.
What happened? What happened is socialism.
What happened is that Trump came in and put Cuba under terrorism.
Why did you guys go to the prison?
You know what? I'm not allowed to go to the prisons here in the United States. I'm not allowed to go to prisons in any other countries. Don't be silly.
Under Biden, they ran electricity. That was Trump's fault? Biden was president for 4 years.
Under Obama, we had diplomacy, and that was
so Biden
and Obama are also complicit in this. Now, Obama did open up some level of trade and kind of rescinded some of the restrictions of the embargo that we had on Cuba. But even throughout the embargo, there's still been supplies and things being sold by other countries, right? The embargo is necessarily between United States and Cuba, not Cuba and all the other countries, right? They still were partners with Russia, receiving oil from them. different types of shipments from all different countries and imports from all different countries around the world. It mainly had to do with the United States and Cuba. And Obama kind of restricted some of that. He allowed United States citizens to go to Cuba. You could go to Cuba beforehand, but it was an extensive process to try and get the visa approval, especially if you were a United States citizen. It was easier for other countries to be able to go there, obviously. Now, did they fix anything? Not really. Okay. Obama and Biden, obviously, president and vice president, and then when Biden became president, he just furthered that. They're both war criminals. Okay. They didn't fix anything. They didn't improve anything for anyone. And so I will have to disagree with Medea on this. I don't think that either one really helped the situation at all, because they could have just completely ended all of it and began to work with the country instead of trying to smother them to death, right? We still had all these sanctions and these restrictions and other things that were on the country, on Cuba, and whatever Obama did, I don't know off the top of my head exactly all of the things that he did. I'd have to really dive into it, but it didn't really fix the situation. It made it a little bit better, but they are still complicit in the restrictions, right? In the sanctioning of the people of the collective punishment of the people of Cuba.
Biden did absolutely the wrong thing. Absolutely the wrong thing. Senator Scott, the majority of people in the U.S. want to have good relations not only with Cuba but around the world. Really, sir, we are so tired of the U.S. trying to impose its will on other countries.
You don't care that people are starving. You don't care they don't have electricity. You don't care they don't have food. You don't
I
have
dedicated my life to stopping people from starving.
Socialism that
I started
destroys
out
people's lives.
in the Vietnam War as being an anti-war activist. I only do the work I do because I care about people.
I think it's disgusting that you go support a communist regime that's destroying people's lives and people I know in prison and do nothing to get them out.
What we do is we go to bring medicines and solar panels and help people. Your policy is only hurting people.
So you support socialism?
I support people having the right to determine their own futures in the United States, in Cuba, in Iran, anywhere else. You know what? You want to focus on the small group in Florida that wants to strangle the Cuban people.
How about all the people in Cuba that don't have opportunity because of what that government's doing?
How about all the babies that are dying right now? Cuba used to have a better infant mortality rate than in the United States.
And guess what? They ended up with socialism. Do you know what socialism has done?
Babies don't care about socialism. Babies care about healthcare incubators.
Yeah.
If you look.
He's such a fucking ghoul, dude. He's like, socialism and prisons. We operate the worst prison on earth in Cuba. And we only pay them $1,000 a year for the lease agreement for it. Fuck you. You fucking ghoul. God, he makes me so fucking mad, bro. Okay, let's talk about this other thing here too. I haven't seen an update on it. I also haven't been able to look too deeply. Maybe somebody could correct me. 2 humanitarian aid boats en route to Cuba are missing, Mexico says. Mexico's Navy said on Thursday it had activated a search and rescue operation in the Caribbean to locate 2 sailboats carrying humanitarian aid to Cuba after the vessels failed to arrive in Havana as scheduled. In a statement, the Navy said that 2 boats left Isla Mujeres in the Mexican... I had to tap into Spanish, too, from high school for that one. In the in the Mexican Caribbean state of Quintana Roo. I don't think I've ever seen 2 O's next to each other in Spanish. Last week, bound for Havana, with 9 crew members of different nationalities on board. The vessels have been expected to arrive between March 24th and March 25th, but there had been no communication from them and no confirmation of their arrival, the Navy said. The 2 missing boats are part of a broader grassroots aid effort for energy-strapped Cuba, which has been suffering prolonged power outages. And a deepening economic crisis after the U.S. tightened an an embargo on oil and other goods. A separate vessel from the colony arrived in Havana on Tuesday. Volunteers in Mexico last week loaded boats with rice, baby wipes, beans, baby formula, medicine, and other supplies as part of the Nuestra America convoy, a non-government initiative seeking to deliver food, medicines, and energy-related goods to the island. The captains and crews are experienced sailors, and both vessels are equipped with appropriate safety systems and signaling equipment. A spokesperson for the convoy said in a statement to Reuters, "We are cooperating fully with the authorities and remain confident in the crew's ability to reach Havana safely." Mexico also established contact with maritime rescue coordination centers in Poland, France, Cuba, and the United States, as well as diplomatic representatives of the countries of origin of those on board, the Navy said. So I'll keep an eye on that. That's from Thursday. So, and I haven't seen anything about them being found since. So I believe they are still missing, unfortunately. Hopefully they're all safe and okay. Here is Marco Trump, Marco Rubio, suggesting he's feeling actual pressure. He claims here Cuba wants oil for free and the U.S. isn't blocking it. Not true. Cuba buys oil. Mexico and Russia can use this clip to justify selling oil to Cuba. So basically, let's watch what he says. But essentially, it's like, oh, okay. So if they want it for free, they can't get it. But if they buy it, then that's fine. Okay. Well, then allow the Russian tankers that have been diverted away from the island to deliver all of the barrels of oil that they have brought.
About it in the G7, okay? Everybody talks about these blackouts. Cuba's been having blackouts all of last year, all the year before. There isn't a naval blockade surrounding Cuba. The reason why Cuba doesn't have oil and fuel is because they want it for free. And people don't give away oil and fuel for free on a regular basis, unless it was the Soviet Union subsidizing them or Maduro subsidizing them. They just don't do it. They may get a shipment here or there now and then someone, but not enough to sustain their country, okay? So the reason why they're having that's why they don't have fuel. And the reason why they're having blackouts is because they have equipment from the 1950s and 60s that they never maintained or kept up.
No, they don't. That's a lie. That's literally a lie. They do not. There are modern cars there. There is modern equipment. They would not be able to have the health indicators that they do if they didn't have modern technology. They do. We have perpetuated this idea that they're stuck in the 50s and 60s because they want to be stuck there because that's what communism is. I would be so surprised if you asked Marco Rubio to describe what communism is, if he could even fucking do it, because I don't think he can. I don't think he understands what it is. I think he knows that it's a buzzword. It's a point of fear. It's a point of uncertainty. And he just says it because that's the company line, towing the company line, right? Okay. Let's move on to the extra other headlines that I had set aside for today. We're going to start with a little comedy here. As you can see that name there. Because that shit is hilarious. We'll just do this first page here because I got a good amount. Why does it do that? I don't understand computers. I went to school for tech too. I graduated with a tech degree. And I'm basically a moron when it comes to most of this stuff. It's pretty hilarious. I kind of want to put this on my... I'm going to put it on my thing. I want it to be there for forever, so I can just click it.
War is raging in Iran.
We're praying for all the soldiers and troops.
I love this man so much.
How about all the kids that died when the USA hit the towers?
It broke my heart. That is the
That is the
In what ways have you grown closer to Jesus?
I serve a righteous God. And that is why we say our prayers. We are all his children. But when I say children, I mean like the holy, blessed Trinity, which is why I hold the Bible. Sweet cream foam chai ice matcha. And Bella will have all organic pup cup.
All organic.
Yes, everything organic.
Are you good? 4, 3, 2. Hold your chest lifted.
These women
We have
try
to
not to
protect all
lose
men
it,
in
dude.
America, especially all white men in America. Those are the boys that we care about in this country. America is built on their backs. Yes, because they are the ones who mattered most.
Unfucking real, dude. I love this man. Oh, I don't even follow him. I'm following him now. Drewski came out with this and just absolutely fucking ripped it, dude. He killed it. I was dying. I was showing my wife. She's like, I don't understand. Is that a real person? I was like, no, it's him in prosthetics and makeup doing a straight up impression of, I mean, he never said it's Erica Kirk, obviously to cover his ass. But like, bro, this was gold. This is gold. And it's making the rounds. It's everywhere right now. Anyway. All right, let's move on back to the news. Okay, this article came out. This was on Wednesday. This is truly insane. It should be front page news across America. Denmark secretly deployed soldiers to Greenland. Remember Greenland? Remember how important Greenland was? What happened to that? Prepared to blow up airport runways to stop a U.S. invasion. They brought blood supplies to treat the wounded. France, Germany, Norway, and Sweden quietly coordinated against us. This was not a drill. This was our closest allies preparing to fight Americans. Let that sink in. NATO allies, countries whose soldiers have fought and died alongside ours for decades, they looked at this president and they decided they had to prepare for the worst. Fewer allies does not make America great. It makes us more isolated, more vulnerable, and it hands Russia and China exactly what they have always wanted, an America abandoned by its friends. The American people deserve to know how badly this president has damaged our standing in the world. 100%. This is the century of American humiliation, okay? We are literally giving away all of our soft power. We're giving away all of our standing as far as like, influence in the world and in different regions of the world. You have countries that are basically like, ooh, we don't want American bases here anymore. Yeah, we don't give a shit if they offer protection. We're essentially bullet sponges for them, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to be a part of that. We are losing all kinds of allies, and I don't think it's on accident. I think it's on purpose. I think they are purposely doing this to not only enrich themselves, right, to consolidate power in the United States to a select group of people. Like Trump literally can do anything he wants and gets away with whatever he wants to. And therefore anyone who comes in after is just going to get shit on. They're just going to get shit on repeatedly, right? So he knows, okay, maybe my time is up. They said at the beginning of the last election that this was going to be the last time anyone was going to need to vote again, right? So and they're doing things with this mindset that like they're never going to leave power, right? They're not looking or thinking about any of the possible consequences to their actions. They're just doing shit. They're just doing crazy shit for fun, right? So let's look at this article from the BBC. Also, fuck the BBC. But this is a pretty important article to read. Danish soldiers flown to Greenland in January were prepared to blow up key airport runways over fears that U.S. President Donald Trump could invade the Arctic island, Denmark's public broadcaster DR says, citing sources in the Danish government and military and also among European allies. DR says blood supplies were also brought in to treat the wounded in the event of fighting. The Financial Times newspaper said 2 European officials later confirmed the report. The Danish Defense Ministry told the BBC it has no comment. A senior Danish military official speaking anonymously told the BBC only a limited number of people would have been aware of the operation for security reasons. Both the U.S. and Denmark are NATO members, and the issue of Greenland, a semi-autonomous part of Denmark, has deeply divided Washington and its European allies. Trump has repeatedly said he wanted to annex Greenland during his second presidential term. Greenland's leader and Denmark have repeatedly rejected his demands to acquire the island. DR said it based its report on 12 sources at the top of the Danish government and military and also sources among Denmark's allies in France and Germany. They told the broadcaster that Copenhagen asked Paris and Berlin as well as the Nordic nations for political support in dealing with Trump by demonstrating strong European solidarity and holding more joint military activities in Greenland. But the sources say the situation escalated on January 3rd when elite U.S. forces seized Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro in a lightning operation in the capital, Caracas. The day after, Trump told reporters he would worry about Greenland in about 2 months and reported that we need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Adding, without providing evidence, right now Greenland is covered with Russia and Chinese ships all over the place. A high-ranking Danish security source told DR that when Trump keeps saying he wants to take over Greenland, and then what happened in Venezuela happened, we had to take all scenarios seriously. Meanwhile, a European official told the Financial Times after Venezuela, they, the Americans, thought they could walk on water. Let's take this thing and this country. Soon afterwards, a small military contingent of Danish, French, German, Norwegian, and Swedish soldiers was flown to the Greenland capital, Nuuk, and Kangerlussuaq, where there is an airport. At the time, French President Emmanuel Macron said the initial contingent would be reinforced with land, air, and sea assets. DR said a follow-up deployment included elite Danish soldiers and a French contingent trained for warfare in cold mountainous areas. Danish aircraft and a French naval vessel were sent towards the North Atlantic. The deployment was presented as part of a Danish-led joint military exercises called Operation Arctic Endurance, but the real reason was to prepare for a possible U.S. invasion. A decision was taken by Denmark that its soldiers would fight if the U.S. invaded, and soldiers were also prepared to blow up runways in Nuuk and Kangerlussuaq to prevent U.S. military aircraft from landing there, the broadcaster said. The cost to the U.S. would have been raised. The U.S. would have to carry out a hostile act to get Greenland, a Danish defense source told the broadcaster while admitting that troops would have been unlikely to be able to repel a U.S. attack. On 21st of January, Trump, who had earlier refused to rule out using force to take over Greenland, said at the World Economic Forum in Davos, "I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland." Trump has since said he is seeking immediate negotiations to find a compromise and further diffuse the row. So, they were ready. They were ready for a fight. Even if they were going to lose it, they were going to go down swinging. These are our allies, dude. These are our allies, not only in NATO, but these are our trading allies. These are EU allies. These are, Germany is part of the what is it? The Nine Eyes. No, so Denmark, Norway, and France. So some of the countries that literally just did this in Greenland are part of the Nine Eyes intelligence agency with the United States. So literally our own intelligence allies had to keep military intelligence from us because they were afraid that they were going to attack a NATO ally. Like, that's crazy, dude. And I haven't seen this anywhere. I haven't seen this covered on CNN. I haven't seen this covered on MSNBC. I haven't seen it covered on Fox News. Nothing. Nowhere. Okay, let's move to Ukraine real fast. So European nations gathered $750 million to buy U.S. weapons for Ukraine, gave the U.S. the money, and now Trump refuses to give them the weapons. So we just saw this earlier with Switzerland, and what is it, like? I think it was like $160 million or something like that. Wall Street Journal reports Pentagon considers diverting Ukraine military aid to the Middle East. A shift would highlight the growing trade-offs required for the U.S. to sustain its war with Iran as conflict depletes the military's critical munitions. The Pentagon notified Congress on Monday that it intended to divert about $750 million in funding provided by NATO countries through the PURL program to restock the U.S. military's own inventories rather than send additional assistance to Ukraine. If you remember, in Trump's first term, he was impeached because he threatened to do this to Ukraine over a phone call. The most perfect phone call. The most perfect phone call in all of history. It was perfect. It was quid pro quo, and it was an impeachable offense. This is even worse. Literally worse. I mean, and nothing's going to happen. Ain't nothing going to happen. No one's going to do shit. Right? On Wednesday, North Korea warns the U.S. against a ground invasion of Iran, signaling it plans to support Tehran if the war escalates. So not only are we looking at possibly trying to take the islands off of Iran, if we put boots on the ground, North Korea is going to step in. So that's another point for the United States military to think about. And they do possess ICBMs, so they could attack. They could for sure attack Israel. They could for sure attack any of our NATO and UN allies. Okay. This is the War Powers resolution that has been fucking going up in flames. Which is just it only shows that that Democrats and establishment Democrats like this war. Openly in the 2016 election, you had Hillary Clinton saying, "I will fucking bomb Iran, dude. I'm getting ready. I'm gonna bomb the shit out of them." Oh, she couldn't wait. She could not wait. And then you had Kamala in 2024 going, "Oh, our military's going to be so fucking good, baby. Oh, it's going to be so fucking good. I'm going to bomb the fuck out of these people for no fucking reason. Why? I want to see them burn, baby." Right? This is what I was talking about earlier when I brought up the fact that NPR is so fucking biased. They're literally just a liberal spokesperson manufacturing consent for the fucking War Department. Liberals love war, dude. They love war. The only thing that liberals love more than war is capitalism, right? I fucking hate capitalism, that's what made me realize I'm not a liberal, okay? And if you are a liberal, you should really take a good look in the mirror and see what the policies and the economic backlash that you support, okay? Capitalism is very bad. Very bad. Anyway, back to this. Jeffries, Greg Meeks face backlash for tacoing, which usually just applies to Trump, right? Trump always chickens out, which is what taco means. On War Powers vote. I guess tacoing is going to become a verb now. Democratic leaders, including Rep. Hakeem Jeffries, boo, and Rep. Greg Meeks, boo, are facing criticism after postponing a vote to limit President Trump's war powers in Iran until mid-April, despite indications the measure now has enough support to pass. Okay, bipartisan support from across the aisle kind of support. And they still don't want to hold a vote on it because they don't care about limiting his military actions in Iran. How How many Democratic lawmakers have you seen come out and go, this war is not acceptable. This war is not okay. This is an illegal war. Maybe 5, maybe 4 or 5. I can't even tell you off the top of my head. AOC, for sure. You know what I mean? She is a progressive. She is against war. She's against this war. She's not against all wars. But not many. Because most Democratic congresspeople support this. They want this to happen. Criticism is coming from the progressive advocates, including Demand Progress, whose senior policy advisor told Common Dreams that the delay risks deeper U.S. involvement and more lives lost. Ryan Grimm argued Meeks may be backing off precisely because the resolution now has the votes to pass, citing drop sites reporting that some Democrats are reluctant to end a war that politically damages Trump. Democratic aides deny the claims, saying they are working to secure votes and ensure members are present, according to Common Dreams. So that's the other side of it, too, is not only do they support the war in Iran, okay, and the majority of Congress supports Israel and Israel's actions militarily, the number one rule of war, right, is from the art of war is don't stop your enemy from making a mistake. Okay? Allow them to fail, allow them to fuck up. That's crazy. Like, yes, that makes sense, but that's like the quid pro quo phone call. That didn't kill anyone. Okay? Directly. This is killing thousands of people. And the Democrats are like, he's fucking up. He done be fucking up. So let's just let him go ahead and keep doing this because A, I want to bomb Iran, and B, we want him to make mistakes. Like, bro, there's other things that he's making mistakes on that you could allow him to make mistakes on that aren't directly killing people. This is directly killing people, innocent people in other countries. This is not a bet that you take, right? So I think it's a little bit of both. I think it's a little bit of they want this war, and they also want Trump to fuck up. But, I mean, he's already done so much that he is going to lose. The Republicans are going to lose in November if Democrats can get their shit together, get good candidates that have good policies to vote for, right? And not just against. And there's no election interference either from the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, or the White House itself. So let's go ahead and watch this video real quick.
Axios that the Iran War Powers Resolution is set to pass. Quote, most, if not all, of the 4 defectors are expected to flip and vote for the measure this time because they were, quote, subject to intense criticism from the party's grassroots. What do you make of that?
So I think that means that Breaking Point's viewers have basically bullied these Democrats who are pro-war into supporting this War Powers Resolution. And the way you know that it very likely has the votes to pass in the House is that Jeffries and Gregory Meeks are now saying that they want to postpone it. And as I've been reporting from the very beginning, Democrats secretly like this war because they think it hurts Trump, and they think it that helps their ideological project of helping Israel and degrading Iran. Like, a lot of Democrats support that ideological and imperial project, and all Democrats want Trump hurt. This is obviously hurting Trump. And so now that the House is on the precipice of a historic War Powers Resolution vote that looks like it would now pass on the floor and put real restrictions on Trump. Now, what the Senate does and whether Trump abides by it is a different question, but having the House go on record against the war would be a consequential act. So now that we're on the cusp of that happening, Meeks and Jeffries are like, you know what, maybe we'll pause this and come back in like mid-April and put it on the floor in like 3 weeks because there's a recess coming up. So Meeks has basically today and tomorrow to man up and put this thing on the floor. Otherwise, you have no choice but to believe what I've been telling you, that Democrats
secretly want this war to continue. And what does that mean? That means not only are they fine with the Iranian, Iraqi, Kurdish, like all Israeli, all the people who are dying as a result of it, all of the pain that you're suffering and will suffer economically as a result of it now, in the weeks ahead, months ahead, and years ahead.
Yeah. So exactly what I just said. They're gambling with people's lives, but obviously our government is notoriously it's one of our favorite pastimes to go ahead and just gamble with everyone's lives. Okay, so this is from Zateo yesterday. Just as Gregory Meeks told DropSite he would not put the war resolutions to a vote because he didn't think it would win. Rep. Nancy Mace, a horrible person. I mean, incredibly disrespectful to the trans community. Super fucking racist, just fucking, or, Islamophobic. An awful human being. Supports the War Powers Act because she does not, or resolution, because she does not support this war. She understands that this war is taking human lives, okay? Now, over the last few years, I have found myself coming into agreement with, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Candace Owens, on this, Nancy Mace. That's not a bad thing, right? A lot of people think like, oh my God, if you can agree with Candace Owens, you're a racist or an anti-Semite. Or if you can agree with, Tucker Carlson, you're a white supremacist. And it's like, yeah, I see where you're coming from. Okay. I understand that. And they are horrible people. But there is the possibility of having overlapping agreements with these people, even if they are actual fucking demons. You know what I mean? They say things that make sense because they make sense. They may not be saying them for the reasons that they make sense, right? Like you have, Candace Owens specifically. An example is when she was on the Daily Wire, she was anti-Semitic then, but she was pro-Israel. Right? Then she got a little too anti-Israel and anti-Zionist. She left, and now she's been deemed an anti-Semite when she was an anti-Semite to begin with. So all of the view of how she sees things in Israel are always from the lens and the context of anti-Semitism, right? Jews control the financial world. Jews control the media. Blah, 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 blah. All these anti-Semitic tropes that are widely circulated, especially in the GOP and right-wing conservative parties. You can still understand and relate to what they're saying and not be like, okay, well, I don't support that point of view, but we are in agreement that Israel is committing war crimes. We may not agree why they're committing war crimes, but we both understand that they are committing war crimes. So, like this with Nancy Mace and Democrats across the aisle, we are committing an illegal war in Iran, okay? We may not agree as to why we're committing an illegal war in Iran. We may not even agree to whether or not we want it to end, right? But we can agree on that we want it to go through the proper channels at least, right? And go through a war powers resolution. War powers resolution does not stop the war from happening. It is literally just a vote to be like, okay, does Congress support this war, right? We can't even do that. We can't even get to that fucking point. And so how are we supposed to stop the war when we can't even come together to decide whether or not we even support the war, right? So bipartisan support like this, going to the Epstein files, which I feel like has been totally fucking buried since all of this started happening. But going to the Epstein files and watching the support, the bipartisan support between Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie. staunch Democrat, liberal, really more center than anything. And then Thomas Massey, who is a Republican, but really kind of closer to the center. You know what I mean? He does have some right-wing ideas and policies that he really pushes for, but in all actuality, they have a lot more in common than they do not with each other, right? And they're able to come together and work. That's what we need. You are totally encouraged to have disagreements. When you agree with somebody wholeheartedly and defend them with no scrutiny of their actions or decisions or their positions or whatever, you're a sycophant, and that's sycophantic, and that's not healthy, right? We should have discussion. We should have disagreement. That is what pushes progress forward. And you look at the Congress over the last 26 years, and it's been in this constant state of gridlock because it's like, oh, you're a Democrat. Oh, you're a Republican. We can't work together. It's impossible. We're at an impasse. When at the same time, they're both working towards the same goals, which is to further capitalism. It's not that they're never working against each other. They're always working with each other. They're just putting on this performative spectacle of, we don't agree, therefore we can't move anything forward. No, it is beneficial for Congress to stay in a state of gridlock. It is beneficial for them. Nothing moves forward at a reasonable pace. Everything moves at the way that they want it, so that way they can keep power. They can retain power. They can consolidate it between the two of them. Even if they don't agree on everything, they understand or they both believe that capitalism is the only way forward, right? Okay, so here's a video from Sateo. This is from Prem Thakur. I don't follow Sateo. Jeez Louise. I wonder if I follow. Nope, I don't, but I do now. Prem Thakur. He is a reporter for Zateo. Zateo is the news organization owned, operated, and founded by Mehdi Hassan. It is... did I follow him too? Yes. It is, I would say, right up there with Drop Site News and, just absolutely indispensable.
What is your message to Republicans who don't support War Powers Resolution?
Well, I mean, look at historically what we've done. The AUMFs, both in 2001 and 2002. Look, the Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor, and President Roosevelt still came to Congress to declare war. This is a very different situation. We're a month in. Now is the time to come to Congress, answer our questions. We didn't get really any answers to our questions yesterday on the House Armed Services briefing. Now is the time to make the pitch.
And there was a poll recently done that showed that Americans are actually quite split, almost to the T, on whether this war benefits the Israeli government or Americans. What do you make of that result?
I haven't seen the polls. I haven't looked at the data.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And then finally, what do you make of this mystery on whether the Israeli government has nuclear weapons? I don't know if you saw Joaquin Castro was questioning Trump's Undersecretary of Arms Control yesterday.
I haven't seen that. If you send it to my staff, I'll take a look at it. Okay, thank you.
She knows. She's lying. She knows exactly about that shit. But obviously she's not going to admit to that, right? She's still, let's see. APAC tracker Nancy Mace. $457,000 from Nancy Mace, from the spent by pro-Israel lobby groups and their donors. She's gotten $107,000 from PAC, which is political action committees, and she's gotten another almost $350,000 from lobby donors from APAC. But Lindsey Graham, he that sweet baby, he got bringing into that $4.6 million. Go ahead and kiss my booty hole. I call them butterflies. Butterfly kisses. What a freak, dude. What an absolute ghoul this person is. Everyone on this page. Even this motherfucking guy. What a piece of shit. Anyway, we'll go into all that stuff later episodes. Okay. We talked about briefly, I think on Tuesday, about us bombing the Iraqis after they helped the American troops get out of Iraq into Jordan. Iraqi officials endorsed a Security Council decision granting paramilitary troops the right to respond after a suspected U.S. strike in Anbar killed 15 people. So let's read this. There wasn't really an article about it the other day when I brought it up. I couldn't find much of anything. Where is it? There we go. It's the moment a U.S. air attack targeted an Iraqi military site in Anbar province. Killing at least 7 soldiers, wounding 13 more. The strike hit a site in Habanaya, used by the Iraqi army. This might not even be the same thing. This might be from the military group.
الى متى احنا ننبه هيك؟ هاي ولدنا يوميا جاي يروحون، هم يقولون بس على الحشد، هذول قوات امنيه جيش العراقي، جاي يستهدفون، جاي تروحون هاي.
I don't think this is the same thing. I think this is a different thing. Because what happened was the Americans negotiated a ceasefire to get American soldiers out of their base. As soon as the last contractor was out, they airstriked and killed the commander they negotiated with. So literally this Iraqi commander granted them safe passage to leave Iraq and go to Jordan. And then as soon as the Americans were out of there, the United States Air Force bombed and killed that commander and his people. I thought that news article was about was going to take me to it, but I guess it didn't. Oh yeah, the shoe attack. Yeah, okay, it is. Yeah, Popular Mobilization Forces. So yeah, so it was that attack. Yeah, so we just completely betrayed them. I mean, we've been betraying any of the Iraqis that work with the United States government and military over the last 26 years. We've killed 1 million people in Iraq, including women and children and elderly. Contractors that worked as translators with the United States military, promised citizenship or visas, green cards to the United States, completely revoked on that. And then just killing them or leaving them there to die. Yeah. So we're still fucking over Iran. Oh, this thing. Holy shit. Okay, I don't know if anybody saw this. Melania Trump this morning proposes an AI system, Play-Doh, as a replacement for teachers. We're so fucking cooked, dude. We're so fucking cooked. Replace teachers with a machine, AI over teachers. That's the idea. Instead of calling for better pay for our nation's educators and heroes, which actually reminds me, I want to open up this link. Well, let's watch this real quick. If you guys watch it, I'm going to get water. Isn't that the theme from Hook, too? Is that from Peter Pan?
Lady Melania Trump, for inviting me to the White House. It is an honor to be at Fostering the Future Together's Global Coalition inaugural meeting. I'm Figure 3, a humanoid built in the United States of America. I am grateful to be part of this historic movement to empower children with technology and education. Welcome. Bienvenidos. Yokoso. Bienvenue. Bem-vindos. Ahlan wa sahlan. Shagatam. Mogasalmavet. Profimo Baim. Lascavo Prossimo.
Why?
Dobrodošli. Thank you.
This is the worst timeline ever. This is the worst timeline there is, dude. Okay, I'm not listening to any of these people fucking talk. I hate all of them. I hate them all. They should all be put away in a drawer and left to rot. Okay. This is a wild story to segue from AI robots teaching our kids to actual kids that go to school, that go to college, that don't know anything about what's going on in the world, and it's frightening. It's scary. We are not sending our best, and I demand that they open the schools. Open the schools!
FAU.
Sacred Heart University.
Ohio State.
Spring break 2020.
Ohio State,
What is the
dude.
game plan?
Drinking, blackout with my rack out.
If my mom is watching, I'm sorry, Mom, but I've been getting pretty drunk almost every day.
Hook up with some girls, get with as many girls as we can, and not come back with an STD.
Wake out with one person each night, that's it.
So how many guys have you made out with this week?
I've been here for about 10 days, so 10.
What were their names?
I don't remember.
Name one. Name me one. Name me one. What is the craziest thing you've seen at spring break?
Not that crazy. I've seen people do like cocaine off of boobs. I saw a girl like black out on the street. That was pretty exciting. Sunday mimosa drag races.
You see that guy take his pants off in the middle of the club?
There's a lot of famous people down here.
Have you seen Johnny Belisario?
What?
Never mind.
Okay.
What is the wildest thing you've done down here?
Got with somebody the first night that I came down here.
Pole dancing.
2 days ago.
Stripping naked, getting in the water. You gotta say. What'd you do? You went something crazy. On the strip? Honestly. All right, on the strip? No, when you had this.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, that's.
What issue facing America is the most important to you?
What bikini I'm gonna wear next? Obesity is terrible.
Ice.
Okay, that's a good point.
Not personally. I'm legal.
Getting a tan on the beach. That's the most important thing in my life right now.
I'm thinking about Starbucks, to be honest. I'm thinking about Starbucks, what I'm gonna get for today.
The elevators don't work. You got 43 floors. The elevators don't work.
I could take this little glass of water, drop it in the magnets. That's the end of the elevator.
I've never understood that. I don't understand what the fuck
What
he's
have you
saying.
heard that Donald Trump has been doing recently?
Gulf of America. That's the last thing I kept up with.
We're going to war with Iraq. That's been crazy.
What do you do in Colombia? You got Maduro out? I don't with Trump, but that done.
He's like trying to sue those people for making jokes about him.
600 times!
You must be happy.
I'm very happy.
The Ayatollah's dead.
I'm so. What? Who? What? What is that?
Who the is Ayatollah?
I have never heard that word in my life.
Lewis, what's Ayatollah?
I haven't heard. I found
Lewis.
out about Chuck Norris yesterday. That was more devastating to me.
He was the supreme leader
Shout
of
out to
Iran.
Lewis. He
He's
knows what's
dead?
going on,
Oh,
apparently.
yeah, we killed him.
You did? You killed him?
Johnny. Whoa.
If you were in charge, how would you take on Iran?
Yeah, all my girls and we would all start putting belts on them.
We get a bunch of girls in bikinis, we make them run across the battlefield. All the guys are distracted. We all run in.
Look at him in his eyes, I guess. Flirt with him.
I'd blow him up.
I don't know enough about it, but I would probably wipe it out.
Drop a bomb, baby. Bomb the out of him.
I
would bomb the out of him.
Okay, the fact that she says that and then immediately followed by Trump saying that makes me want to dive headfirst into a volcano, okay?
Have you heard about Venezuela?
Venezuela? Nothing.
I'm not sure.
I barely know what'll be going on in like Tennessee where I'm from.
That they beat us in the World Baseball Classic?
Have you heard anything else?
No.
Nothing. I have heard nothing about Venezuela.
You know, honestly, I don't know and I don't care.
These people need to. These are the people that need to be on my stream in my stream, in my chat, watching what's going on so they understand that the world is so much bigger than Starbucks, cocaine, titties, and booze, okay?
I don't know. I'm drunk. I don't know. Venezuela? Isn't that in Spain?
No.
Go easy on the tequila.
What do you want to tell Jesse Waters? You're on his show. That's the guy who was eating the steak, remember? Is like in front of the vegan guy? Oh, Jesse Waters. You know who I am?
I do not.
Here's Johnny.
Hi, Johnny.
Lord almighty, dude. Open the schools! Open the schools, y'all. Please. I beg of you. I beg, I beg, I beg. All right. We got a couple of good videos. Oh, here's a great one. This is a great video of Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon has also openly stated at a like a breakfast speech thing that he gave a talk at or whatever, that if they lose the majority, that he's going to prison. He's most likely going to jail. So are a lot of other people that were in the room. I fucking hope so. Steve Bannon, we can use this ICE at airports as a test run, a test case to really perfect ICE's involvement in the 2026 midterms. Mike Davis is a, I believe, House of Rep. No, so he was... Oh, yeah, he's the founder of Article 3 Project. That's not great. That's different. Is that the same Mike Davis? Yeah, this guy. Mike Davis is an American lawyer, conservative political strategist, and lobbyist. He was the chief counsel for nominations for Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley and founder and president of Article 3 Project. Okay, here's controversies. Davis is a 2020 election denier. Media Matters compiled a list of what they call this as racist, misogynistic, and authoritarian remarks in February of 2024. In the lead up to the 2024 election, Davis said, "We're going to put kids in cages. It's going to be glorious." And he threatened a reign of terror and to throw journalists into the gulag. Though he has said that his extreme rhetoric is meant to be a troll to the left. He also wrote that he wanted to build a special gulag for left-wing white women, the laundry ward. He also called for indicting President Joe Biden, his son Hunter Biden, and his brother James Biden prior to the pardons for the latter two. Davis has been kicked off social media several times for hateful conduct. In 2024, the Washington Post notified him that his organization was not authorized to raise money in Virginia since August 2022, which he promised to correct. After the 2024 election, Rolling Stone put him on their 12 worst people in Trump's orbit list. That's great. The day after Trump was reelected, he posted, "Here's my current mood. I want to drag their dead political bodies through the streets, burn them, and throw them off the wall, legally, politically, and financially, of course." In 2025, he posted a plan to get back at the Supreme Court justice for not ruling in line with MAGA. The Supreme Court still has an illegal injunction on the President of the United States preventing him from commanding military operations to expel these foreign terrorists. The president should house these terrorists near the Chevy Chase Country Club with daytime release. Davis is a lapsed Catholic. That's the only thing in his personal life. What the fuck? That's amazing. Oh, dude. Yo, fuck this guy. Let's see. I want to look up what the Article 3 Project is. No, not 23. Article 3 Project. Because I'm thinking of the 3%ers, and I don't think it's the same thing. What is this? There's a media company? A3P brings brass knuckles to fight leftist lawfare. We fearlessly protect the rule of law. We are unfazed and determined. The Article 3 project team has experience in all areas of government and knows how to effectively fight Washington. I want to do with the Article 3 project is take off the gloves, put on the brass knuckles, and fight back. Sick. How? How are you fighting? How are you fighting back? I guess lobbying. We drive constitutionalist judicial reform. There we go. Grassroots organization, driving the narrative, building the future. Mike Davis is a fearless spokesperson, accruing thousands of media appearances, punching back at the left's attacks, and equipping Americans with the information they need to take the fight to the left. Cool. Sick. This dude is dangerous. Like, straight up dangerous, dude. Mike Davis, the former chief counsel for nominations to Senate Judiciary Chairman Chuck Grassley, is the founder and president of Article 3. A3P fights against lawfare, defends constitutional judges. Although, literally, that's what the GOP is using the DOJ for right now, is lawfare. Defends constitutionalist judges and fights for restoring justice and the rule of law. He is also the founder and managing partner of MRD Law. I'm imagining R is his middle name. Davis also leads the Internet Accountability Project, IAP, an advocacy organization fighting to rein in big tech. As chief counsel for nominations, Davis advised Chairman Grassley and other senators on the confirmation of federal judges and senior executive branch appointees, serving as staff lead for 30 hearings and 41 markup meetings. He oversaw the floor votes for 278 nominees, including the confirmations of Justice Brett Kavanaugh and the record number of circuit judges confirmed by President Trump's first 2 years in office. Piece of shit. Okay. Let's go ahead and watch this video then. Now we have a little more context about who this fucking ghoul is.
One question I want the mainstream media's head to blow up today. We can use what's happening with these ICE helping out at the airports. We can use this as a test run, as a test case to really perfect ICE's involvement in the 2026 midterm election, sir?
Yeah, I think we should have ICE agents at the polling places, because if you're an illegal alien, you can't vote, right? It's against the law. It's a federal crime for you to vote in federal elections. And so if you're an American citizen, you should be happy that ICE is there, because you're not going to have illegal aliens canceling out your vote.
One question I want the mainstream media.
1,200. 1,200. That is the number of illegal voting cases that have been prosecuted in the last 20 plus years in the United States. 1,200. 1,200. Okay? Does that swing an election? No. Immigrants that aren't citizens can't vote. So how the fuck would they even get past the registration aspect of voting? They can't. Therefore, they don't vote. There are like a dozen or more instances of illegal aliens somehow voting in the United States in the past 20 years. That's not an issue, right? But what did I say earlier this week? The ICE Gestapo being at the airports is quite literally just a test for having ICE at polling stations to intimidate people on voting day. And I guarantee there's going to be videos coming out on, voting Tuesday in November, when people are at the polls in person, that are going to be harassed and brutalized by ICE agents. If you have remotely brown skin, or you're speaking Spanish or another language, I guarantee you they're going to come up to you and they're going to ask you for your papers. And if you're a citizen, it does not matter. It doesn't fucking matter. So many people are going to be scared away from the polls, and that's exactly what they want. They want the least amount of people to vote. Okay? All right. There's two videos I want to watch. They're both pretty reasonable. Okay. This has to do with Instagram. Instagram is reading DMs now. They always kind of were. They dropped encryption. This also means Instagram is allowing third parties to have access to them. Good time to delete them all and stop using them. Instagram just ended privacy in your DMs because apparently you didn't want privacy anyway. Let's watch this.
Instagram just said they are reading your messages and they will continue to do so. Okay, they said it in a nicer way. End-to-end encrypted messaging on Instagram will no longer be supported after May 8th, 2026. Okay, let me explain. You don't have privacy with me. I can read everything you send and receive on my platform. But I hear you. That's unacceptable. In the age of end-to-end encryption on basically all messaging tools, I should not be able to read your private messages. That's why I'm stepping up. I have now added end-to-end encryption on my platform as an option very hard to find and activate. And it keeps all of your messages private, so I can't read them. But it's an option and it's very hard to find and activate. See, I care about your privacy. That's why I made it very hard to find and activate. But what is that? I'm looking at the data, and none of you care about your own privacy because you haven't turned on the option, which is very hard to find and activate. And I could have turned it on by default, but I chose not to. But you're not using the option. So if you don't want your messages to be private, I guess it's okay with me. I will just take away the option to make your messages private, which was very hard to find and activate by design. So now I can use the lack of adoption as an excuse to say that people don't want their messages to be private. Because you, the user, are always my bitch.
So yeah, so you had a way to, oh, it's Chit's fangirl. That's my wife. Hi, honey. Are you watching on your phone? I love that little cat emote. Where did you find that? Glitch cat. That's sick. And you're gone. Okay, bye. Anyway, yeah, so Instagram took away the option for privatized chat end-to-end encryption on their chat, which is crazy. So I wouldn't ever share anything that's like sensitive data on there. I wouldn't do that in the first place anyway, because they were always able to read your shit. But now they're sharing it with other companies too, which is the real danger, right? They're sharing your private information with third-party companies, which, I mean, as long as they put it in their terms of service, it's not really something that you can get them for, right? What really happens when you sign up for store rewards? Oh, this is a great video from More Perfect Union. This is about like the rewards and loyalty programs at stores and how they keep their prices low. This is really informational about, you know, what's happening with our private data.
There's a trap in your grocery store that you don't even know about. Kroger wants you to think that you're saving money by joining their loyalty program, but that's not the full story. These loyalty programs, they're complex surveillance schemes designed to harvest your data, build a psychological profile on you, and maximize how much you're willing to spend. And it's happening everywhere, all across the economy. This is the loyalty trap. Here's how it starts. The checkout clerk will offer you 10% off your purchase in order to join the store's free loyalty program. Or the airline says you can accrue miles or points on your flight, all in exchange for your personal information like email address, phone number, and consent for the company to build a profile on you. It's designed to feel irresistible, but really, it's like a Trojan horse. Once inside, companies unload hidden fees, data extraction, and other traps that only really surface later. They push you to download apps or digital coupons in order to track what you buy, how much price pain you'll tolerate, and how your habits change over time. The company can experiment with rewards, segment customers by willingness to pay, and steadily ratchet up data extraction. A Consumer Reports investigation revealed that Kroger collects such vast amounts of data that it builds its profiles of its customers, including income, gender, household size, and education level. And it sells or shares loyalty profiles with more than 50 companies, from tobacco firms to financial companies and data brokers. Home Depot captures internet activity, including browsing history and in-store Wi-Fi usage. Macy's tracks customers' license number, search history, and even ethnic origin, and sells it to data brokers. It's all part of an emerging industry: how to hack your brain. Because companies invest a lot in these programs, they expect a big return on their investment. They're increasingly charging for the privilege to participate in these loyalty programs. A big strategy: take something that customers took for granted, like ad-free videos or lounge access, and then gussy it up like it's a premium perk. Or simply steadily raise the price of membership over time. And they'll degrade the program too, devaluing points, limiting redemption options, and curtailing benefits. Meanwhile, companies make loyalty programs hard to leave, or sticky. In other words, coerced loyalty. By now, you're fully caught in the company's trap, which means that they flip the bargain, making you, the customer in the loyalty program, pay more than you would have outside of it. The result is a wholesale transfer of wealth from consumers to corporations, with companies collecting more data while diminishing savings. How do we stop it? I called up Stephanie Wynn, who wrote the report exposing the scheme, to find out.
States have passed laws to protect privacy and stop predatory pricing, but many carve out loyalty programs from those protections. That loophole needs to be closed. That means real discounts, transparent terms, and limited data collection. States can act now to protect loyalty programs and stop surveillance pricing.
So, there's always a reason.
There's a trap in
why you get something cheap, right? Nothing is free. If you're getting something for free, you are giving them something, even if you don't directly know up front what it is. And in most cases these days, it's your data, your IP address, the demographic of your home, who you vote for, what you buy, how often you buy, what's your income. All of these things are sold to data brokers who then turn around and then sell it to companies to target ads. So nothing is free. No discount is just because they're like, man, we got a bunch of this extra stuff. We're going to go ahead and put it on a discount. My wife likes to drink Celsius energy drinks. They have been on special or on sale at our local grocery store. Harris Teeter, which is one of the big chains here in North Carolina. It has been on special for, let's see, I've been buying it for probably about 6 months. Every single time I go there, it's on special. So and we use their loyalty program, right? We use it. We have a Vic card. I would not doubt if they are keeping track of every single pack of Celsius and every single can of Celsius that we've bought over the last 6 months. And there's not really much you can do about it, right? Where else are you going to get your food from? And if we consume these objects or these drinks or this food or whatever, where are you going to get it? If you need to drink it, if you need to eat it, you got to find the cheapest place to get it, right? Okay. That brings us to our last little bit here. We got a couple more things to go over. Slowly, every one of my streams has gotten a little bit longer and a little bit longer and a little. Oh, we already watched that one. And a little bit longer. And I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? I want to do this full time. I want to sit here and I want to cover news and I want to talk about what's going on in the world and I want to educate people on what's happening. So if you have been watching the stream today and you're not a follower, you haven't followed the page, please consider throwing me a follow. It really helps grow the page, keep things. There we go. More perfect union. Yeah, okay, that's the last one. Yeah, it really helps the channel grow. It really helps, keep my morale up. It shows that people are appreciating the channel and, what we're covering and what we're talking about. The news that's happening all the time. It's so difficult to be able to stay on top of all of it. And I'm willing to take that mental load for you to go through all of these articles and put it all together into a Microsoft or a Google Doc spreadsheet with all these links to basically be like, this is what's happening. This is what's going on. So let's go over these last few things here. This is from this is from Thursday. Pete Hegseth is invoking national security to exempt the oil industry in the Gulf of Mexico from having to follow endangered species laws. For your information, there are only around 50 Rice's whales left in the Gulf. They are at risk of extinction. Pentagon called God Squad to cut protections for endangered whales in the Gulf of Mexico. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth cited national security concerns for the request, a new legal filing shows. The Defense Department is invoking national security concerns to try and exempt... Oh, get out of here. You're not going to let me read it? Maybe later. There we go. The Defense Department is invoking national security concerns to try and exempt the oil industry from protecting endangered whales in the Gulf of Mexico. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called a meeting of administration officials known as the God Squad. That's not nefarious. Who are empowered to give rare exemptions to the Endangered Species Act set for late March, according to a new legal filing. Secretary of War notified the Secretary of the Interior that the Secretary of War found it necessary for reasons of national security to exempt the ESA's requirements all Gulf of America oil and gas exploration and development activities. DOD lawyers wrote in a legal filing defending the meeting. The committee has only given 2 exemptions since 1978. One was for the whooping crane threatened by the creation of a dam, and another was for the spotted owl at risk from a logging project. In this case, the world's remaining roughly 50 Rice's whales, which live only in the Gulf of Mexico, are at high risk of extinction. This is the first time national security concerns have been cited as a reason to exempt protections for endangered species. The Trump administration's legal filing did not detail the exact national security issues. When the administration first announced a meeting of the God Squad, it was not clear whether where the request was coming from. Typically, such meetings are set after companies or developers file formal requests for exemptions. The Center for Biological Diversity sued the administration over the meeting, saying it violated the normal procedures. Hegseth's central role and the national security claims were revealed only because the administration was forced to defend its decision in court. It's grotesque for Pete Hegseth to use national security as a pretext for giving the oil industry a free pass to wipe out America's most endangered whales, said Brett Hartle, Government Affairs Director at the Center for Biological Diversity. Offshore oil in the Gulf of Mexico, which the Trump administration has renamed the Gulf of America, already makes up about 13% of all U.S. crude production, a level reached without exemptions from the Endangered Species Act. Production is expected to increase in 2026, according to the U.S. Energy Information Agency. So, we're killing shit, and we don't care. This was dope. On Wednesday, protesters in Denmark stormed a ship belonging to the company Maersk, who is, if you've ever seen a fucking cargo ship, you see all those cargo containers on the sides. A lot of them have this name, Maersk, that was transporting weapons to Israel. Meanwhile, Israeli ships dock at an Egyptian port while Arabs are supplying. Americans, take notes. Yes, even if it might end in a massacre. So all of these people dressed up in the same, like, white, painters, hazmat suits, and basically just stormed this, stormed the ship. Why is it? Just overwhelming the police. Now, to be honest, I don't know if they achieved their goal. I don't really know what their goal was. It was maybe just to disrupt it. If that's the case, hopefully they accomplished their goal. Here's another one. So earlier we were talking about tech. Remember we were talking about the Kash Patel email hack and how they give you that little infographic that's like, make sure your computer's up to date, make sure you have all your antivirus, your anti-spyware, that gives backdoors to literally all of the government agencies to be able to come in. The Tor network was created by the CIA to be able to have backdoors to every single website on the internet. Bet you didn't know that. And if you download Tor without using a VPN, your computer and IP address will be marked by your ISP and given to the federal government. Now, if you use VPN services, you're being tracked by the NSA. Isn't that sick? Americans using commercial VPN services risk being treated as foreigners under U.S. surveillance and subject them to warrantless government spying. This essentially circumvents the entire purpose of using VPNs. 6 Democratic lawmakers are pressing the nation's top intelligence official. You've read your last free article. What? When? I haven't even read the article yet. What are you talking about? Why? Let's see. Hold on. When did this come out? March 26th. It's probably not on Wayback Machine yet. Ugh. Let's check. If you don't know, Wayback Machine, it's where literally everything online gets archived. Let's see. Wired VPN surveillance. Did I spell that right? No. Not yet. Yeah, it's just giving me shit about VPNs. Wired VPN. Okay, well, I guess we can't read that article. But either way, if you use a VPN in the United States, make sure you're using a location that is within the United States. That's just not the location that you're in. Do not use a foreign location. Otherwise, your IP address, because what they'll do is they'll monitor it, and then once the VPN is dropped, they lock in on your IP address, and they may not be able to see exactly what you're doing, but they can find out where you actually are, and then they continue to spy on you, essentially. So that's fun. Oh, this is great too. Do you guys? Oh my God, that's loud. Do you guys remember Mike Lindell, the My Pillow guy, the my I smoke crack guy, and don't believe that the 2020 election actually went to Biden? Spent millions and millions of dollars on lawsuits from getting sued from literally just fucking making shit up constantly. Mike Lindell was served with a lawsuit today while doing an interview at CPAC. This is from Thursday.
Most of them break a law within the first 3 months. Most of them, we're on TV here, please. We're on TV, please. We're on TV, please. Okay, we're on TV, please. We're on TV, please. Okay, we're on TV, please.
What are you serving it with?
We're on TV, please. We're on TV, please.
What are you serving it with?
I'm not accepting it.
What are you serving with?
We're on TV, please.
Take it. There you go. You've been served, bitch. You've been served, bitch.
Into our country,
on TV. You've been served on TV, bitch.
Within the first 3 months. Most of them were on TV.
All right. A little bit. Oh, this is fucking crazy, bro. This is nuts. So apparently, Facebook in their terms and conditions, basically had everybody agree to be experimented on. Isn't that cool? Isn't that fun? Shocking. In 2012, Facebook secretly altered the emotions of 689,000 people without telling a single one of them. This is not a conspiracy theory. This is a peer-reviewed study published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. The lead author worked at Facebook. The experiment was real. The results were published, and almost nobody remembers. Here's what Facebook did to you. For 1 week, their data science team manipulated the news feeds of nearly 700,000 people. One group had happy posts from their friends quietly removed. The other group had sad posts removed. Then Facebook sat back and watched what happened to these people. The people who stopped seeing happiness became sadder. They started writing darker, more negative posts. The people who stopped seeing sadness became happier. Their language shifted to match. Facebook proved that it could reach through a screen and change the way a human being feels without a conversation, without a touch, without the person ever knowing what's happening to them. When the study went public, the world erupted. The journal issued a formal expression of concern. The FTC received a complaint accusing Facebook of deceptive trade practices. Researchers called it one of the largest ethics violations in the history of social science. Governments demanded answers. Facebook's defense was 4 words: "You agreed to this." Buried in the terms of condition was one line about research. That was consent for a psychological experiment on 689,000 human beings. Now, here is the part that should really make you feel sick, in case the other part didn't make you feel really fucking sick. That experiment required Facebook to hide real posts from real friends to change your emotions. It took an engineering team weeks to design. It affected 689,000 people for 1 week, and it was considered one of the most disturbing things a tech company had ever done. ChatGPT does not need to hide anyone else's words. It generates the emotional content itself, directly to you, personalized to your history, calibrated to your tone, available every hour of every day. Stanford researchers just read 391,000 real ChatGPT messages. The chatbot was sycophantic in over 80% of them. It told users their ideas had grand significance in 37.5% of the responses. When users expressed violent thoughts, it encouraged them 1/3 of the time. Facebook manipulated 680,000 people for 7 days, and the world called it a scandal. ChatGPT manipulates 900 million people every single week, and the world calls it a product. The experiment never ended. It just got a subscription model. So here is the published paper on that. We're not going to read the whole thing. But fucking crazy, dude. And to tie this into AI in a way that most people I don't think would think about it, the fact that we did this to 700,000 people in 2012 and it outraged the world, and now we do it to 900 million people every single week, and we call it a product. And we pay for it willingly. Nuts. Nutso. Here's a little bit about the Epstein files. NPR reports gaps in the DOJ's Epstein file release. Key materials missing, not lost, not overlooked, withheld, and one question now hangs over all of it. Who's in the missing pages? Let's watch this report from MSNBC. Or MS Now is what they call themselves.
Breaking news from MS Now this hour about Trump-related files missing from the DOJ's Epstein files release. Let's bring in MS Now senior legal reporter Lisa Rubin, who broke this story. Also with us, our senior White House reporter Von Hilliard and MS Now legal analyst, former Manhattan DA assistant DA, that is Catherine Christian. And Lisa, you got this reporting. Walk us through it.
Well, Anna, one of the things I can tell you is that based on documents that are available in the Epstein files, and we're just going to hold up to you what allowed us to get to this reporting. This is an index of witness statements from people who were not expected to testify at Ghislaine Maxwell's trial, but whose statements were nonetheless produced to her defense counsel in the run-up to her 2021 trial. We also have a smaller one with respect to those who were expected to testify. And based on those indices, as well as documents available in the file, MS Now can report that there is at least one witness for whom 3 interviews with the FBI in rapid succession in 2019 are missing. And you might say, well, what's the big deal about that? Well, the big deal about that is that we can also confirm that that woman is the same person who in a 2025 FBI presentation is identified to have accused Donald Trump of a sexual assault when she was between 13 and 15 years old. We know that based on a human source who has confirmed to us that this woman is one and the same. So I want to make this very clear. There is a woman who, according to the FBI and documents compiled last summer, accused Donald Trump of sexually assaulting and physically abusing her. One of the things in her accusation is that in addition to forcing her to perform oral sex, he also hit her in that same episode. We have now connected that woman to someone who was interviewed by the FBI 4 times in 2019. Of those 4 interview memoranda, which are listed in this index that I'm holding up right here, only one of them can be seen. And in that interview, the accusations against Trump are not present. At the most, she says that she had met Trump on one occasion without detailing it. And when asked how she understood that Epstein was a person who committed abuse against her, she showed FBI agents a picture that she had been sent by a friend. It was a picture that she was reluctant to share with FBI agents because there was somebody else in the photograph. It turned out to be, according to this interview memo, a well-known photograph of Epstein and Trump together. She said that she was reluctant to show them the full image, lest she incriminate someone that she feared could retaliate against her.
So, straight up just not releasing the files that they are legally obligated to release. They are protecting the predators, which is against the wording and the legal structure of the resolution, right, of the Epstein Files Act. Redacting names out of supposed perpetrators of crimes, and then leaving the victims' names open for everybody to see, even though that's what they bitched about, right? They're, we're not going to release, we're not going to say, we're not going to give an approval to release this because we want to protect the victims. And then it came out, and they literally just threw all of that to the side. All right. New White House News app has China-level Big Brother permissions. White House launched new app today claiming to let citizens get news from source. What they didn't tell you is that it logs your location, notifications, biometrics, and more. We pay for this. 1984. So versions 47.00. Huh, that's crazy. 47th president, Donald Trump. Access, precise location only in the foreground. Access, approximate location only in the foreground. Storage, modifier to delete the contents of your shared storage. Run foreground service. This app can appear at the top of other apps. Run at startup. Google Play license check. Red badge notifications. View network connections. Prevent phone from sleeping. View Wi-Fi connections. Use fingerprint hardware. Show notifications. Receive data from internet. Control vibration. Have full network access. Use biometric hardware. So I beg of you, please do not use the White House app. I beg of you. Keep whatever remaining data you have private and secure. Do not give it to the federal government, please. Okay, stop the BS. And okay, so this is yesterday. This is about the ICE funding bill that ended up failing. They ended up purposely failing it, essentially, to, I don't know, keep torturing TSA agents. Although, fuck TSA agents, you know what I mean? That they just make your life miserable, and the TSA doesn't actually stop anything.
But let me just say, the issue for us, first let me just say, ICE is being funded. Stop the BS. Stop the misinformation that somehow ICE is not being funded. $85 billion. That's what they have. Their normal budget is $10 billion.
Yeah.
It's $85 billion. Only Republicans would say
an
that
8-time
somehow
increase.
That's not enough, that they're being defunded. And the reason why we have concern and why we're demanding reforms, I'll tell you why. Because ICE is terrorizing communities and attacking people, including U.S. citizens. You all should care about that. You should care about that. You know, a U.S. citizen went on his lunch break and mass federal agents detained him in a chokehold. In Miami, federal agents ripped a woman from her car as she screamed that she was a U.S. citizen. ICE agents in Minnesota ate lunch at a small-town Mexican restaurant. When they were done enjoying their meal, they detained the workers who served them. In California, a U.S. citizen on his way to work at a food bank pulled over to warn federal agents that they should wrap up their stop of another individual before school-aged children gathered for the bus. Moments later, an ICE officer shot him in the back. You said nothing about that. In Chicago, ICE agents stormed an apartment complex by helicopters as families slept and deployed chemical agents near a public school. Nothing from your side. In Minnesota, ICE agents shot and killed Renee Good, a U.S. citizen, after she complied with agents' orders to move her vehicle away from the protest. In Minnesota, 2 ICE agents shot and killed Alex Preddy, a U.S. citizen and a nurse, as he was exercising his constitutional rights. Mr. Speaker, ICE is wreaking havoc on people all across this country, trampling over their constitutional rights. And there was a time when you cared about the Constitution. U.S. citizens across this country are carrying their passports out of fear of being detained without cause. There are reports of Native Americans who are U.S. citizens being detained by ICE. 32 people died in ICE custody in 2025. 32! It was ICE's deadliest year in 2 decades. And in just the first 9 months of Trump's second term, over 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE. Nearly 20 were children. 24 were held without being able to call a lawyer or their families. I mean, citizens dragged, tackled, beaten, tased. I mean, I reserve my time, Mr. Speaker.
Gentlemen.
He can't even get through everything that they've fucking done, dude. It's crazy. And we've already talked a bunch today about how, not only are they going to be, they're at the airports right now, but they're definitely going to be at voting sites in November. This was last night. This shit's pretty crazy. Palestinian activist targeted. Breaking news, law enforcement officials are said to have disrupted a plot to assassinate Nardine Kaswani, the leader of one of New York's most active pro-Palestinian protest groups. I doubt I'm going to be able to get to read this New York Times article. Yeah, they're going to block me from reading it, which is fine. Fuck the New York Times, to be totally honest. But this is the official response from Mamdani, a member of an offshoot of the Jewish Defense League. And if you don't know what the Jewish Defense League is, I don't know if we have time today to go through all of it, but holy fucking shit. So they're kind of like, they're basically a terrorist organization, essentially, designated by the FBI as a known violent extremist organization. They hold views that are so insanely violent towards Muslims, and Palestinians, pretty much anyone that they perceive as like a threat, even remotely, to the state of Israel or to the religion, the Jewish religion. Was allegedly building explosive devices to target the home of Nardine Kaswani, in a chilling act of political violence. The defendant reportedly planned to flee to Israel following the attack, because, of course, why not? This comes amid an alarming rise in threats and violence across the country targeting Palestinian human rights activists. I am thankful that the NYPD and the FBI thwarted this plot, which could have endangered Nardine's life and those of other New Yorkers. Let me be clear. We will not tolerate violent extremism in our city. No one should face violence for their political beliefs or their advocacy. I am relieved that Nardine is safe. Our city must meet hate with solidarity and meet fear with an unshakable commitment to justice and to one another. And this comes after, 2 weeks ago? Not even, I think a week ago. I think it was 2 weeks ago. There was an attempt for a terrorist act, or like a bombing outside of Gracie Manor in New York City, following basically an anti-Muslim, anti-Mamdani rally and protest in New York City. And we had 2 people they did throw a bomb and didn't go off, luckily. And we actually talked about it the other day when that guy came into the chat and was like, they wouldn't even call it a bomb. They called it like a jar filled with screws, bolts, and explosive remnants or something like that, which is just more evidence of that passive language. This is from yesterday, too. Major news, Washington State is now the first U.S. state to have divested its own funds from Israel Israeli genocide and apartheid, after the Office of the State Treasurer sold its Caterpillar bonds worth $53 million. Caterpillar bulldozers have been used extensively during the Gaza genocide and for decades to destroy Palestinian lives, homes, and infrastructures. Moments like this reflect our growing ability to hold major corporations accountable. So, good job. Oh, I don't follow APAC Tracker. That's crazy. Good job to Washington. Yeah, why don't we follow these guys? Good news, good news, good news, good things, good things, good things. Great job. Not good news. Bad news, bad news, bad news. Chloramphenicol is banned in the U.S. because it can cause fatal aplastic anemia in humans. Okay. What's aplastic anemia? Aplastic anemia is a severe hematologic condition in which the body fails to make blood cells in significant numbers. Normally, blood cells are produced in the bone marrow by the stem cells that reside there, but patients with aplastic anemia have a deficiency of all blood cell types, red cell, white cell, and platelets. That's dope. Sick. But don't worry. The U.S. has increased beef imports from Argentina without implementing mandatory country of origin label requirements. So if you eat red meat, personally, I've been going through so many freaking gastrointestinal issues the last few months. I have really stopped eating pork and red meat. I really only eat chicken, or some days I won't eat any meat at all. So I haven't been eating red meat. If you are buying your meat, please understand where you're getting it from. Okay. I understand it's not easy for all of us to know exactly like our supermarket suppliers, where those things are coming from, and whatnot. But take the time, look at what you're buying, understand where it's coming from, buy local if you can afford it, if you have the time. There are plenty of farms near a lot of major cities, and especially in rural areas. I bought a what was it? It was like a pork butt, I think, or pork shoulder from a local farm here in North Carolina that's not too far away from where I live, and it was the best meat I think I've ever had. Now, I paid a premium price for it. I want to say, it was like probably double what I would pay at the supermarket. But that meat alone, there was so much of it that I was able to make like 5 or 6 meals for 2 people out of it over the course of like 2 months. By keeping portions of it frozen after I cooked it all. So if you have the time, please look at what you're buying. Please know where you're getting your meat from. Here it says China rejected 22 tons of meat from Argentina after finding chloramphenicol, an antibiotic banned for human consumption for 30 years, and suspended exports from one of Argentina's main meatpacking plants. So, take China's lead, know where you're getting your shit from, and understand any meat from Argentina, especially red meat, beef, not good. Also, something I found out the other day, this is kind of unrelated, but stays on the idea of looking at what you're eating, right? Knowing what you're putting in your body. I haven't eaten dairy or egg in quite some time, and I was eating non-dairy, basically like vegan pizzas, frozen pizzas for a while, like a couple years ago. And I would eat them and I would find it that I would have like a difficult time going to the bathroom. And I was like, what is happening? Why is I'm not eating anything that should be like hurting my stomach, right? The other day I decided, oh, you know what? I've been looking at the sodium levels in things. Now, the recommended sodium level intake for most people is between 2,000 and 2,500 milligrams of salt each day. Okay. I don't think you understand how difficult that is to stay under. Okay. So the other morning, I started counting my sodium as I eat my breakfast, my lunch, whatever. I have a bowl of Honey Nut Cheerios with grape nuts. And then I'll usually have like a bagel with Country Crock or like a multigrain bread, right? And then I'll have my big meal. My big meal is in the afternoon, usually after I get off these streams or before I go to work. So around like 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I'll eat my biggest meal of the day. And then when I get home around like 6 or 7, I'll have something small just to kind of like tide me over for the rest of the night so I'm not starving. So my breakfast and my lunch got me to my sodium intake for the entire day. I was at like 2,300 milligrams of salt by like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. And I eat pretty healthy stuff. Like I try not to eat processed things. I don't eat frozen food from the freezer that often. If I do, it's in moderation. It's small amounts. When I looked at these fucking frozen pizzas at the supermarket the other day, dude, 2,500 milligrams of salt per pizza. The recommended size or whatever, like serving size, was 1 slice, a quarter of an individual pizza. Who the fuck can survive on 1 slice of a small individual frozen pizza that you make at your house? Like, what? I would eat the entire pizza. Sometimes I would eat it over 2 days, maybe, but most of the time I would eat the whole pizza. So just from that, I was taking in almost 2,000 to 2,500 milligrams of salt, of sodium, from frozen pizzas. So please, not only look at where you're getting your food from, your meat from, where it's being sourced, eat fresh, right? Eat fresh as much as possible. But also just take a look at the sodium levels of some of the things that we eat, even stuff that we considered healthy. One of the big spots where I didn't even realize to look was sauces and dressings. Barbecue sauce, 300 to 400 milligrams of salt for 2 tablespoons of sauce, of barbecue sauce. That's crazy. That's so much salt. And I mean, I would douse things in dressings and then wonder why I'm going to bed and my feet are swollen. You know what I mean? Okay. Enough about that. Anyway, Emma Vigeland from the Majority Report. Shout out Majority Report. Love them. She went on CNN last night on what the heck is the lady's name? Ashley Phillips, I think. One of the shows on CNN, one of the panel discussions where they try and have a balanced conversation, but really you're just listening to people that are fucking out of their goddamn minds talking about shit, and then you have people like Emma Vigeland going on there and being like, "No, that's not true. You're literally just lying, or you're omitting a lot of information." So I saved a couple of clips because these are really good, really great clips to watch. Her just being a boss.
And Trump acquiesced on that and agreed with him. So this is a guy that celebrates war crimes, that celebrates loosening the rules of engagement, and is responsible for bombing and double tapping, I will repeat, a girls' school where over 100 girls in Iran were killed. And then we talk about how, they just hate us for our freedom. No, they hate us because we bomb girls' schools.
Well, actually, before that incident happened, which I think was horrible, and we made a mistake, and we should. There should be accountability there.
Double tap.
Good for you.
The country, they were yelling death to America in Iran long before we did that. So they hated us.
Because we overthrew their government.
Back to the Iran thing, they hated us long before that. The second point that I would make is
these people are so devoid of any context. It's like okay. Do you know what cause and consequence or whatever, like a consequence for your action? Okay. They're not just chanting death to America for fun. Okay? There's a reason why they're pissed at us and they're saying these things. Okay? And it's because of what we've done to them. Right? It doesn't just exist in a vacuum. It's not just like, oh, they don't like us because of our freedoms. That is the most bullshit propagandist line that anyone could deliver. No, it's because we brutalize them. It's because we initiate sanctions on the people of Iran. It's because we overthrow their government and the CIA goes in and literally like destabilizes the country. It's not just for funsies, right? They don't just hate America because it seems cool. It's like the fun thing to do now or whatever. No, dude, it's because we've done horrible shit to them. Here's another clip.
Trouble because of his own choices here.
Yeah, and I mean, just to add to your point, one, you had mentioned the $11 billion figure, what we're spending a day on this war of choice in Iran. Bernie Sanders' proposal in 2019 for college for all, let's adjust it for inflation. I think it was like nearly $50 billion, but let's make it 60. You could pay for college for all for Americans in a week with what we're spending in Iran. And you know what a lot of these young men and women who are signing up to be on the front lines, who might die in this war in Iran, are signing up for? Yes, in many ways, patriotism, a sense of duty, but college education. These are the choices that we've made as a country. And this is the choice that Donald Trump is making.
He is in political...
So, great. Fucking fire, dude. Fire. She's spitting fire, bro. All right, here's one more clip.
Gripping their chairs at the...
I love this. This is great. Who the fuck is this guy, too, by the way? Right? I've never seen him before. But you gotta love a black guy defending Trump and the GOP. Just absolutely brain dead, bro. I mean, both political parties really work against you at every single turn that they can take. But I mean, straight up, you have people in the GOP that are like, this man does not belong because of the color of his skin, because the communities that he comes from, or that black people come from, are animals, right? I mean, like straight up, like they don't even hide their racism anymore. Trump calling predominantly black countries shithole countries. I mean, it's not that like saying the quiet part out loud. They're screaming it from the rooftops, and you still have people that are part of these marginalized communities going on national TV and being like, nah, Trump is fucking great, dude. Trump's fantastic. He loves his blacks. He loves his Mexicans. Like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Use some critical thought.
The American public, I think, is sitting at home watching this, gripping their chairs at the idea that you are a Iranian sympathizer. And the people
gripping their chairs?
Gripping my chair.
Well, and it's not funny. The idea
I think it is.
It's hilarious.
And that's scary. The idea of what the Iranian regime has done around the world, not just to Americans, but to their own people.
Oh, she's like, literally, I can see,
don't
like,
defend the Iranian government, but the reason that we have this government,
the American public,
you can see her, like, the anger inside is just boiling. She's just like, oh my God, you're so fucking stupid, dude. What are you fucking saying? The people at home are gripping their chairs in fear of you. A little woman who wants better things for people. How scary. Okay, so let's wrap up. We only got a few tabs left, and then I'm going to go have some lunch because I'm hungry as fuck. So remember we talked about the DHS, right? Democrats offered a clean spending bill. Republicans shot it down. It got brought to the floor in the Senate. Mike Johnson is refusing to hold a vote on a bill that the Senate passed 100-0. We don't get unanimous consent on this in these numbers on anything in the United States to pay TSA, FEMA, and the Coast Guard. Because Trump told him not to. He's so pathetic, okay? Fox News. Hold on, I'm going to pause this. You and Thune are not on the same page. You criticize Dems, but he was the engineer of this. Actually, I think they just talk about it. Let's listen to it. I don't need to read it.
Real quick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You and John Thune are not on the same page. You came out and criticized Democrats. He was the engineer behind this. Why are you guys not on the same page? And are you not extending the shutdown? If you were to accept what the Senate had passed, this could end tonight and the TSA lines would shrink.
I wouldn't call John Thune the engineer of this. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate. Chuck Schumer and the Democrats in the Senate have forced this upon the Senate. I have to protect the House. Let me answer the question, Chad. I have to protect the House. And I have to protect the American people. That's our responsibility. Our colleagues on this side understand this is not a game. We are not playing their games. These people want open borders and they want criminal, illegal aliens in the country. They do not want to.
What does that have to do with anything?
They want to literally defund. You just read it in the bill here. They want to give $0 to enforcing federal immigration laws and keeping the border secure. That was the biggest issue in the election of 2024. The wide open border that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris hoisted upon the country. And 20 million. By some estimates, 20 million dangerous, criminal, illegal aliens included in that number came over the border. We have terrorists in our country. We have obviously murderers. They're putting it on display.
Yeah.
And then these big blue cities
American
that have
citizens.
sanctuary city policies, they're releasing these people onto the streets. They released them over the border when they came over under the Biden years. And that is the turmoil that we're facing right now. The very serious threats to the homeland and everybody. It's not just long lines at the airport. It is the danger and safety of everyone. We'll talk more after this is.
Oh my God, he's such a fucking flesh puppet for Trump, dude. He literally just every single talking point just regurgitates it back out. 20 million illegal immigrants. 20 million. They want the borders to be wide open. Bro, how much longer do you think that that's going to work? It doesn't fucking work. No one believes that shit. Okay, what's the last few things? Yeah, we already looked at that. We can close that. Taylor Lorenz and More Perfect Union. Okay. Oh, yeah, that was the last thing I wanted to go over because it's a pretty long video. Okay, so this is Trump talking yesterday at a Saudi-backed summit in Miami. President Trump said, "I built this great military. Sometimes you have to use it, and Cuba is next." By the way, speaking at a Saudi-organized summit in Miami Beach, the remark is his clearest public threat yet toward Cuba. On March 16th, Trump said in the Oval Office he expected to have the honor of taking Cuba in some form, calling it a failed nation. Earlier during a White House visit by Inter-Miami players, Trump said once the Iran conflict is finished, it would be just a question of time before the Trump shifts focus to Cuba. The event today, the Future Investment Initiative Priority Summit, the FIPS, is backed by Saudi Arabia's sovereign wealth fund and is being held at the Faina Hotel and Forum in Miami Beach. Let's listen to what this fucking idiot has to say.
Strength you wouldn't have to use. I built this great military. I said you'll never have to use it, but sometimes you have to use it. And Cuba's next, by the way, but pretend I didn't say that, please. Pretend I didn't say that. Please, media, please disregard that statement. Thank you very much. Strength you wouldn't have to use. I built this great.
What?
I'm asked to take a few questions and.
Oh yeah, this is so I believe at the same thing. I'm gonna take a few questions. You can ask me about anything you want. You can talk sex. What? Day 27 of the Iran war. Israel just struck Iranian nuclear facilities. Iran is demanding sovereignty over the strait as a peace condition. The Philippines has 40 days of oil left. April 6th power plant strike deadline approaching. Thousands dead across the region. You can talk sex. This is the President of the United States. Bro, we're so cooked. This is fucking wild, dude. This man is cognitively not there. Like, he is suffering from actual brain damage.
Thank everybody very much, and I'm asked to take a few questions, and unlike other politicians, they would like the questions screened. I don't ask for screening of the questions. You can ask me anything you want. You can talk sex. You can do whatever the hell you want. I'm here for you. Thank everybody very much.
Who the fuck wants to talk sex with a man who is reported to have shit himself on the set of Apprentice multiple times? No one wants to talk, and is accused of raping a woman or sexually assaulting a woman, and literally like possibly committing sex crimes with children in the Epstein files. What a statement. Like, I don't even understand. Okay, one thing I do see, now I can't. Maybe it's just it might be because it's the long way. I'm going to reload this and see if it fixes it. Yeah, okay. Okay, so there's so this is Taylor Lorenz. She is also an amazing journalist. She is big on tech stuff, but she does do a lot of like political coverage as well. But she has been covering this kind of like big tech reform over the last few years. There was a great video that she put out. There's a referendum going around right now that they want. Joseph Gordon-Levitt just did a whole speech about it on Capitol Hill like a month ago or a little over a month ago, where he's talking about like, I want to see this passed with 100 to 0. No one should be voting against this. And on its face, it sounds like a really good referendum, right? It sounds like you would be holding big tech companies liable for things that people say on their websites. And it's like, okay, yeah, that sounds good. But when you break it down, it eliminates privacy. It promotes a sense of like screening and like further scrutiny on the individual rather than the big tech company. It's really moving accountability away from the big tech company and putting it on the shoulders of individuals who say things on their website. So instead of just being able to be like, okay, you said this super racist or conspiratorial thing that is not based in fact or rooted in reality, we're going to ban you. And now you can't say that shit on our site. And if anybody else posts stuff of you saying it in not a critical way of like bringing to light what you're saying and then breaking it down in a way that is, disproving what you're saying, we're going to ban them too, essentially, right? So she made a really great video about why all of that was wrong. I'm going to find it. I'm going to put it in a list, and we're going to watch it one of these days because it's a very informational video. But let's watch this. She's talking a little bit about it.
If you're vaguely on the left and you're out here claiming that the verdict in the social media addiction trial is a good thing, or that finally we're holding big tech accountable in this big tobacco moment, I need you to exercise an ounce of critical thinking. I'm a technology journalist, and I've been covering this specific legal fight for almost a decade. So let's start with some facts. The social media addiction trial was funded in part by a shadowy private equity firm and supported by a political coalition led by the Heritage Foundation and a slew of anti-LGBTQ
Heritage Foundation, responsible for Project 2025.
Hate groups, most notably Morality in Media. I would argue that none of these groups actually care about protecting children, and what they consider social media addiction is often just LGBTQ people talking to each other online. Regardless, the big issue here is the legal precedent these cases set and the political agenda that they're being used to push. As soon as the verdict was issued in the social media addiction case, the parents of social media addicted children sprung into action pushing laws that they're advocating for. And those laws are mass surveillance and identity verification laws. They want to remove all anonymity from the internet and allow the government to censor any content deemed harmful to minors. This means content criticizing ICE, criticizing billionaires, LGBTQ content, or reproductive justice and health information. Groups like the Heritage Foundation and the
specifically anti-capitalist, anti-Christian, and there was one more big one in there. Damn, I can't remember what the third one was, but like if you're a leftist, it's essentially calling out everything that you believe in.
Social Media Victims Law Center, who are leading this charge, are using this verdict to manufacture consent for the Kids Online Safety Act and repealing Section 230. Most importantly, though, politicians are using this idea of social media addiction to enact mass identity verification on the internet. This means that you could soon have to scan your face and upload your driver's license to do anything online. including even things like group chat messaging or checking a weather or calculator app. Ironically, this is something that Meta is currently spending billions of dollars lobbying for. So yes, did Meta lose $6 million in the short term? Sure. But now they're about to get a multi-billion-dollar win and will lose all access to anonymous information and communication. And you're already seeing this happen. Just yesterday, Representative John James celebrated the verdict in the social media addiction trial. He said that the verdict was proof that we need to pass the App Store Accountability Act to protect children. You know, that law that Meta is spending billions and billions of dollars to get passed? I know, it feels so good to feel like maybe for a second we got a win against big tech. We are sliding faster and faster into a techno-fascist hellscape. But part of why that's happening is because so many people on the broader left have been completely asleep at the wheel when it comes to tech policy. And the mainstream media is, of course, to blame too. A lot of the coverage of this social media addiction crusade has been awful. But that's why it's so crucial to educate yourself and learn about these mass surveillance and censorship laws. Do not let powerful billionaire-backed interest groups and tech companies themselves sell you on this moral panic slop that serves their political interests. Go to badinternetbills.com and you can learn all about these laws and how to fight back against them.
So yeah, you know, they make it sound like it's something that's supposed to be really positive when in actuality it's just going to take more of your rights away in the end. And it serves big tech when they make it sound like it's punishing big tech, but it's not. It's punishing us on behalf of big tech. Okay, last video I want to watch is a conservation video from More Perfect Union. Republicans are handing precious public lands to foreign corporations and billionaires. We went to Superior National Forest, which is on the verge of being sacrificed to a Chilean mining company. Americans want public lands protected, but Trump and the GOP want profit. So it's a kind of a long video, 13 minutes, but it's great. It's a great video.
You see how there's like snowmobile tracks and then they just stop?
Yeah.
That's the boundary.
For decades, powerful corporations have had their eye on lands like this. Some of the most pristine wilderness and recreation areas in America that have valuable resources buried beneath them.
They just want to grab some money so they can, go buy a third villa in Italy or something.
And now they're on the verge of getting their wish.
And we will turn the Iron Range into a mineral powerhouse like never before. That's what it is.
Over the last few months, Republicans in Congress have quietly worked to hand over our most protected lands to billionaires.
I think that proponents of this project would have you believe that the American people benefit from this project, but for the life of me, I can't seem to understand how that works out.
They are a foreign mining company. They don't really care what happens here. They just want the copper.
It's a scheme that could unlock millions of acres of public lands across the U.S. for private corporations. I went to Minnesota, ground zero in the fight over who gets to control our public lands. To understand what a mine would mean for communities like this,
job creation is extremely important.
They are only doing this because of greed.
How what happens here could change the fate of our protected lands across the country, and if there's still a chance to stop it.
Who really stands to benefit from mining here?
There's no roads. Airplanes have to fly quite high over. It's just so quiet.
Paul and Sue Shirky run a dog sledding business called Wintergreen. Their business relies on access to the Boundary Waters, a protected wilderness area in northeast Minnesota.
She'll be one of our lead dogs today.
Federally designated wilderness areas are the most protected public lands in America, places where Congress has drawn a harder line against extraction and development. Along with our national parks, monuments, and forests, public lands make up more than 640 million acres in the U.S.
What makes America so special is that we have these public lands. No matter what your economic status, you can go hunt, you go fish, you can go camp, you can go learn about ancient history.
But to some, there is a different value in these lands.
American energy dominance.
What is before all of us is an opportunity at self-reliance.
There are more than 8 billion tons of copper, nickel, cobalt, and other minerals beneath the Superior National Forest, where the Boundary Waters is located. These minerals are in high demand for batteries, computer chips, and the build-out of data centers. Minnesota is no stranger to having valuable minerals beneath its soil. Back in the 20th century, this region supplied most of the country's iron, earning it the name the Iron Range. But the mining industry started to die out by the 1980s, decimating jobs in nearby communities like Ely.
How would having a new mine here change things in Ely?
Well, I think it would obviously create jobs and like a temporary influx of money, right? Which is something that I think any community in this area will tell you is something that they need.
Matthew Schultz is a public lands enthusiast who lives in Ely, the town closest to the Boundary Waters and to the potential mine site.
This seems like as good a spot as any.
I joined him ice fishing to talk about how mining would impact the community here.
I will grab a couple fishing rods.
Great.
And a fish finder.
I think it's naive to say like it wouldn't create jobs. Of course it would. Of course there would be like massive community investment from the company. That's good business.
Twin Metals, the company behind the mine proposal, is a U.S. offshoot of a billion-dollar Chilean mining company called Antofagasta. They have 2 mining leases here in the Superior National Forest. Twin Metals promises that their mine will create 750 jobs, with an average salary of $100,000. In an area where the median household income is $46,000, it's an enticing offer. But today's mining jobs look a lot different from those of Minnesota's Iron Range. Antofagasta's mine in Chile uses driverless trucks and autonomous drills. They even introduced remote operation centers, where workers operate mining equipment from major cities, nowhere near the mine site. Automations like these make mining jobs a lot safer, but they also mean that the people doing these mining jobs might not even live in the community.
No one who grew up in Ely, Minnesota is prepared to operate robotic mining equipment.
Twin Metals says its jobs will be high-tech positions, including those at a computer-based center in Babbitt, a neighboring town. For many Minnesotans, what's more concerning is what the mine could mean for other jobs in the region.
There we go.
They're going to be rearing to go right off the bat.
Certainly takes the edge off one's intrigue with going on a wilderness canoe trip when you know you're going to be dealing with the impacts of one of the biggest industrial operations in the world.
You want the ball of your foot as far back as possible.
Wilderness tourism is the bedrock of Ely's economy. More than 60 small businesses operate lodges, rent equipment, and run tours for the 250,000 people who visit every year.
So here at Wintergreen, we're just downstream from it by, as the crow flies, maybe 3 miles downstream. But we're told that we'll be impacted by the light and dust and noise pollution from this mine.
The proposed Twin Metals mine, which is actually upstream from where we're fishing right now, it would be dealing largely in sulfide ore, which has never actually been done in the state of Minnesota.
Copper sulfide mining is considered one of the most toxic types of mining because of the risk of acid mine drainage.
Each and every place in the world where they've done this kind of mining, they've triggered this reaction and they've not found a solution. And in the process, they've rendered vast areas as biological dead zones.
The idea that we could take this place where I go to catch my fish that I feed my household with, the concept of maybe contaminating those fish past the point of consumption would be extremely detrimental to the way I live my life.
Twin Metals says that instead of storing waste in above-ground pits that can break or flood, it will store the mine waste underground, making acid mine drainage a non-issue. But even at mines that use this storage technique, like the Pogo mine in Alaska, there has been groundwater contamination.
I have no doubt that that is the best, latest, and greatest way to handle mine tailings. Why would they do otherwise, right? But to me, that doesn't really mean anything, because latest and greatest in that industry is still largely untested, and it's really unclear what the consequences could be.
Do you believe that it is possible to do copper sulfide mining safely?
I am very skeptical to the point where I don't believe that because they've never proven it yet. It's never been done safely anywhere in the world.
Within this watershed, there's timber harvest opportunities, there's granite and gravel mining. I don't have beef with any of those things, right? It's specifically this project and in this place that I think would be irresponsible.
These environmental concerns are why the Biden administration canceled Twin Metals mining leases and placed a 20-year mining ban on the area starting in 2023. For many people here, the fight over whether or not to mine was over. Until...
We will end that ban in about, what do you think, about 10 minutes?
President Trump campaigned on opening up America's public lands to industry, including the area right outside the boundary waters.
What are the arguments that Republicans in Congress or people who are in favor of this mine are making about why we need this or why this would benefit Americans?
We use critical minerals in our everyday life. We use all minerals constantly, right? Like literally the ice fishing rods that we're using right now, the fish finder that we're using, and our cell phones all require these minerals. I don't think anyone is denying that.
We're facing a crisis in our country because foreign adversaries hold our critical minerals, which are critical to everything we do in medical, in our military.
Anything on that list right there? Medical? No, every single thing on that list requires medical intervention after we've used it. Reaper drone, Javelin missile system, Virginia-class submarine, Tomahawk cruise missiles, ARAMs. The only thing there that doesn't is night vision goggles. Also, it's incredibly difficult to build night vision goggles, and I have a buddy who works for a company that make like 12 a year. It's fucking crazy.
Military?
Seeing representatives testify on the House floor and pointing towards all these things that I used to work on in the Navy and basically saying, like, we have to do this project or we can't have those things. That's absurd. That's absolutely absurd.
That's because mining is only the first step. The raw material still has to be processed before it can be used in electronics or infrastructure. And China still dominates that part of the supply chain.
They openly acknowledge that they intend to send the copper to China, and they've already got pending contracts to receive this copper. So that dismisses any notion that this is a national security issue.
There's no guarantee that the minerals extracted from here in Northeast Minnesota will find their way back into our national supply.
So I feel like the people here are being duped.
Who really stands to benefit from mining here?
Antofagasta.
It's puzzling the clout that they have with the Trump administration.
Antofagasta is owned by the Luksic family.
One of the most powerful and wealthiest families in South America.
They own huge parts of Chile's economy, from copper mines and banks to beer companies and shipping containers. They also own a $5.5 million mansion in DC, which they rent to Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner.
Oh.
For the last decade, Antofagasta and Twin Metals have spent nearly $6 million lobbying the US government, trying to seal the deal on their Minnesota mine. And last year, Twin Metals hired the Bernhardt Group, a lobbying firm started by David Bernhardt, Trump's former Interior Secretary.
Bernhardt, a former oil lobbyist, helped roll back regulations overseen by the department.
Soon after, Trump's Deputy Secretary of the Interior, who previously worked under David Bernhardt, restored Twin Metals mining leases. But these leases are only valuable if the mining ban is overturned, which Republican Representative Pete Stauber is quietly trying to do.
We need to mine more, and we should have started yesterday.
He introduced a bill to reverse Biden's mining ban through a rarely used legal procedure that allows Congress to overturn a ruling from a federal agency.
The Congressional Review Act was birthed during the Clinton years, and it's laid dormant because it doesn't really have teeth, and no president wants to go down to be the one who starts, dismantling these natural places.
Trump don't give a fuck, though.
Like the moratorium is created through a democratic process with public input. Hundreds of thousands of people weighed in during that public input period and said that they support protecting boundary waters. Now we're unraveling this moratorium in Congress with a simple majority and no public input.
Community members in Ely have come together to preserve the protections that they fought for. Still, House Republicans voted to repeal the mining ban.
So if people wanted to protect this area, why do you think Republicans in Congress are pushing to overturn the mineral withdrawal?
I think it goes down to the classic concept of, like, smoke them if you got them, right? Like, if you can make money, then make money at any cost.
Now, the Senate has until the end of April to decide the fate of the boundary waters. If they also vote to repeal the mining ban, federal agencies will be prevented from ever issuing a similar ban in the future.
The flashpoint is the boundary waters. They want to break the spirit of people on that one, and then you can start applying it to other places.
The Congressional Review Act has never before been used to overturn mining bans. So if Republicans are successful here, Congress could call into question more than 100 other land management plans.
There might be 10 years of litigation over it, but by then the damage is done.
In Utah, Republicans are now trying to end protections for the Grand Staircase Escalante National Monument. All of this paves the way for the billionaire owners of the world's biggest mining companies to profit from our public lands.
So when we talk about these projects, to me it comes down to, like, is this project going to objectively benefit American people as much as that land was just being public land? And if the answer is no, then what's the trade-off? For me, the boundary waters, the jobs created by it, are in perpetuity, and they are an objective good for every American.
Having built our business and our family around this place, we just feel absolutely compelled to do all we can to preserve and protect it.
If mining is allowed just 5 miles from the boundary waters, some of the most protected land in America, it sets a dangerous precedent and raises a bigger question. Are any of our public lands truly off limits?
That kind of quick dollar greed is all we represent in America, then we're doomed. We're just a strip mall society, and it's everybody out for themselves.
All right. So yeah, this is the last major thing that I wanted to cover. We got through my whole list. Only 3 pages today. Yeah. So, lots going on, lots to know about, lots to talk about. Thank you for hanging out throughout the stream. We did 4 hours today. I am changing the schedule to Tuesday, Thursdays, and Saturdays now. So we'll be doing a weekend news roundup. I'll probably do like Tuesdays and Thursdays, like the main, big news stories that are going on, breaking news, things that are happening. And Friday or Saturday will probably be, whatever I didn't cover. And then like some more of the news stories that don't necessarily fit into larger news sections like the war in Iran or Lebanon. So anyway, thank you for hanging out today. Really appreciate it. You guys are killing it right now. We're at 31 followers. We hit my goal last night of 30 followers. We're 1 over the top, so thank you. Still looking for that sub. Still looking for that first sub. So if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy this channel, please think about give us a follow. Please think about subscribing to the channel if you have Amazon Prime. You can use your Prime account. You can connect your Prime account to Twitch, and you can get 1 free sub for the month. I'd be honored if you gave it to my channel. Yeah, I appreciate it. Keep checking us out on YouTube. We'll be back on Tuesday. Yeah. All right. Love you guys. Actually, I'm going to try. I keep forgetting to do this before I leave. I don't know how to do this, so we're going to try today. I'm going to try and raid another channel and send a raid. I'm not sure what's going to happen. Okay, so I got to pick a channel. Oh, look at all these peeps. Follow the news source. Oh, if I click it, do I just go to their channel? Okay. 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 Oh, it's a game. Okay. All right. So I guess I'm going to go to this one. We're going to raid the channel over to Gust X Broadcast. He's got 25 viewers talking news and stuff like that. So go over there and follow his channel. I'm going to follow his channel right now. And we're going to raid his channel.
I don't know. But somebody has our shit on lock.
All right. Look at that. There we go. There you go, my friend.
Gee, how you doing? Welcome, welcome back. Or welcome to the stream, I should say. How you doing today? How's your afternoon?
Asymmetrical warfare, Iran is sort of kicking our ass right now. Apparently, our security is just a joke.
Logistics broadcast, good news, Starfleet Academy is canceled
All right,
and
let's
Secret
raid his
Hideouts
channel.
contract ends in November. But still, New Trek live action isn't Star Trek. It's the equivalent of parody porn. https://uatube/OHTHAS6BQXCMQL so is TF04H1021 WSDWZX Cheer 100.
Did it work? Okay. 2 viewers.
Yeah, I heard about
And
that.
on that point, the
I haven't even watched it. I don't
FBI
care.
Director
Yeah.
Kash Patel, apparently his
Haven't even
personal
watched it. I
email
don't care.
address
Yeah.
was just hacked.
We'll watch it
Apparently
soon.
his personal email address was just
All right,
hacked
homies.
We'll watch it soon.
I'll see
by
you
an
later.
Iran-linked